Ah. Uh-huh. Aha. Haha. Mm. Mm. Hmm.
Oh.
Oh.
Huh.
Huh?
Yeah. Ha. Oh.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Ha.
Roguelikes might have been enjoying their moment in the sun in recent years, but Everspace 2 shows that procedural generation isn't the only way forward. The original Everspace is a cool space fighter roguelike, but the sequel has changed course toward a more traditional action RPG style, and its series of missions across an open region of space feel a lot more in the vein of Freelancer or Rebel Galaxy Outlaw as a result. But it holds on to its free movement system, which makes its combat stand out from other space shooters in style. There's already a fair amount of it to explore at its early access launch, and it keeps things interesting by mixing in some puzzle solving to break up the flashy dogfights. The story that's here is a fairly strong start. It picks up our clone pilot from the first game, except with the interesting twist that this time we're on his last life. If he dies now, he's dead for good. Granted, the main character's a tad on the bland side, as you might expect from a disposable clone. He only really shows passion when he's ranting about ramen. However, his companion characters, including the returning AI sidekick, have a bit more personality. Even the one-off characters that hand you side missions at spaceports have above-average flavor in voice acting.
Noodles made to the best precision and highest hygiene standards.
There are no dialogue decisions to make to guide the story, but at least it's going to somewhat interesting places. Primarily, Everspace 2 is about combat. Coming from other recent space fighter games like Star Wars Squadrons and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, it was a minor struggle to get back into this particular groove of flying. Instead of opening up a throttle to move forward at a set speed like an airplane, your ship moves much more like a character in a typical shooter. This descent-style dogfighting is plenty of fun once you get the hang of it, and it lets you do a lot of strafing maneuvers you don't see elsewhere. Fights are mostly about switching between weapons as needed to knock down enemy shields or armor, spitting out the occasional homing missile, dumbfire rocket, or mine as you go. You've also got to manage your cooldowns effectively so you can activate your ship's special abilities at the right moment to zap or cripple your most powerful enemies, or just make a quick getaway. Enemy variety isn't huge, but it's good enough to keep things from getting repetitive. I knew I had to approach a fight differently when I spotted a heavily armored enemy with what amounts to a space shotgun, or when I had to take out certain drone types before they could ensnare me or self-destruct at close range. Large capital ships are rare in the early story missions, but it's fun to pick off their turrets when they show up. Then you collect the sweet loot from the aftermath of the satisfying explosion effects. There's a pretty good variety of pew-pew-pew lasers, from rapid-fire chain guns to sniper and shotgun-style blasts and more, and uncommon, rare, and superior gear comes with very useful bonus effects. Just as importantly, the fine level of movement control lets Everspace 2 do a lot more with puzzles. Many of its loot rewards are hidden behind obstacle courses and stashed in corners an X-Wing couldn't reach. You'll be sent to do things like pick up key items and move them into position to unlock containers and passageways where you'll have to navigate through tight spaces on a ticking clock. Some of this led to more downtime than I'd have liked because your sensors aren't especially long range at first, so you have to aimlessly cruise around and look for stuff. And sometimes areas are excessively dark, but it is great to have something to do besides shoot everything I see. Everything looks and sounds great, including the entirely new planetary environments. The visual variety and eye-catching detail they add is striking when you've been staring into the void of space for a while. That's not to say the space areas are visually monotonous, far from it. Everspace 2 does an excellent job of being pretty to look at, with colorful backdrops and atmospheric effects highlighting large asteroids and platforms in the distance to entice you to explore them. And you're sent into caves and massive shipwrecks on a regular basis. What's jarring is the transition between zones. Jumping in and out of faster-than-light travel causes a brief loading screen, the kind most games these days conceal with a flashing animation effect or something. In total, it took me about 13 hours to burn through all of Everspace 2's early access story, and that's factoring in frequent stops to rack up XP and loot at unexplored locations that popped up on my map as I warped between missions. It also comes to an abrupt end during what feels like the start of a new mission instead of at a logical breakpoint. The other obvious sign that this is a work in progress, aside from the very occasional bugs and the watermark in the corner of the screen saying so, is that a few of its storyboard-style cutscenes are placeholders that just give you the gist of things. And though the ending screen urged me to explore the remaining side missions and activities, I definitely lost some motivation to grind for better loot after the plot ran out. That's also when it becomes apparent that Everspace 2 doesn't have much by way of a commodities market. Yes, you can buy and sell boxes of things like liquor and ramen for different prices at different ports, but there's no system for keeping track of it all. So setting up a trade route just doesn't feel like a practical means of earning money right now. Everspace 2's early access version is off to a great start, with enough mostly polished content to allow for at least a dozen or so hours of gleeful blasting, puzzle solving, and looting in space. Dropping its predecessor's roguelike format feels like a good decision thanks to a promising story and a good amount of hand-built content. It's just not all there yet, so when the story cuts off, so does a lot of the motivation to continue. This is definitely one to look forward to when it comes out of early access, which is currently planned for sometime in 2022. For more space battles, check out our reviews of Star Wars Squadrons and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
It seems Amazon's MMORPG New World is fundamentally broken. Not only is it hemorrhaging players, it has also had tens of thousands of gold coins injected into circulation via a replication glitch. And perhaps the worst thing, turns out there's a temporary invulnerability exploit in the game which is so deeply coded into how it works it might actually take a major rewrite to fix, allowing you as a player to delay damage and to stop yourself in mid-air. And until they fix this, every PvP war could potentially be glitched out. So let's discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Dreyfus, and I believe it's important to start by saying New World is an enjoyable game on the surface. I'm having fun playing it. It's fun to run around, craft, gather, explore, do some basic PvE, or some simple PvP. There's a lot of fun to be found in New World. There has some quality design elements, like the lighting, the sound, the general exploration. It's fun. And there is a tendency, whenever defending your hobby or your passion, to overlook all of the negatives and only focus on the positives. And sometimes there's a focus on, when you're attacking something, to overlook all of the positives and focus entirely on the negatives. I want to look at a balanced middle view of this. You're not wrong if you enjoy New World. If you're going to comment, well, I'm having fun, great, good for you. I am genuinely happy you're enjoying the game, but it doesn't help us from a technical point of view to be blind or ignorant to the problems it is facing. So let's have a look at some major flaws that New World has discovered within the last couple of days. Because it turns out the beauty of the game is only skin deep, and there are some mechanics that exist on a much deeper level that are so fundamentally broken it's going to drive players away or prevent new players from joining. And if you know how coding works, and I say to you, New World is a client-side authoritative MMO, you'll know how dangerous that can be. Before we begin, a huge thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's look at some major flaws New World has. This isn't as simple as having shallow quests, because that's something that can be updated or fixed or patched. This is much worse. Imagine looking at a beautiful mansion. Everything you can see, the paint on the walls, the curtains in the windows, the flowers on the lawn, that's surface level stuff, very easy to change. That's your graphics and sounds and quests. Imagine if someone told you the very foundation of the mansion was cracked and damaged and you need to rebuild it from the ground up or risk a major collapse one day. That is the situation we're in with New World. I was talking to Callum Upton a few days ago on our gaming podcast, The Tangent Tavern, and I asked him, have you heard about the invincibility exploit in New World? And he told me he'd created a short Python script, about 5 lines long, which activates it and is essentially an invulnerability code as long as he holds down a certain hotkey. So let's have a look at exactly how it works. In an MMORPG, you've got the server, that's the main game information hosting place, and then you've got the client, that's the player, you, your actual PC. Now, the most common security advice is never trust the client, and for good reason. If information is held server-side, the client, that's you, cannot change it. If information is held client-side on your own PC, you can. Remember playing Adventure Quest or Dragon Fable and using programs to change your in-game gold count. That's because your personal gold count is held client-side, then just sent to the server at the end of your session and saved. So you can manipulate it as you like, if you know how. In an MMORPG game with lots of other players, the only thing the client should be in control of are superficial things within their own game that don't affect other players, like changing your UI or your graphics settings or your audio, installing mods like maps or quest helpers, things other people will not notice and will not affect their gameplay experience. But New World has a very, very strange exploit, a relationship between the server and the client. Put simply, when your game window isn't focused by your own machine, the server handshake to you, that's the check the server makes sending information to the client, just doesn't happen. Think of it like this. When you press a key to move, that's client to server, server checking it's okay to happen, and then you moving. When another player attacks you, that's server information to the client, to you, saying, hey, you're taking damage, reduce your health. The exploit is remarkably simple. Play the game in windowed mode. Whenever you want to become invulnerable or prevent damage from being sent to you and stacked up instead, simply exit the window, click on the window bar, and then drag it around the screen. That's it. Any information that would be sent from the server to your client isn't. It's either stacked up server side or it's cached client side, but it's not processed as long as you keep moving that window around. And that is a major programming oversight. What this means is, if I'm being attacked and I exit the game and start dragging my window around, all that incoming damage information that's trying to be sent to me just isn't. It never gets accepted because my client isn't focused. It just stacks up, waiting, but I never register it. This has been proven in multiple videos. There's even one of a player leaping from a cliff that I was able to replicate, then moving the window, and other in-game players just see the avatar frozen in midair, falling really slowly. In fact, when we replicated this, we discovered you take even more fall damage, because it seems to calculate your fall damage based on your time in the air. And if you're not focusing the window, it just assumes that you're in the air the whole time, which is proof that these calculations are being done client-side, not server-side. Now, you might say, what is the benefit of staying in the air longer and taking more fall damage? In this specific case, nothing. But this is proof that it is possible to manipulate your own game client to send wrong information back to the server and have the results be unexpected. If this is a negative to us now, it is only a matter of time until someone finds out how to abuse this. And someone may have done it. Remember I said Callum discovered an invincibility code? Well, all he's done is write a Python script which vibrates the New World window 1 pixel side to side really fast and then bound that to a hotkey. So when he presses that hotkey, his client is effectively blocked from incoming data, meaning no damage will appear to him, and every player attacking him, it will look like he's invincible. Now, this doesn't mean that no damage will eventually happen. The incoming requests are stacking up and up and up, and when the window is focused, all the stacks are sent at once, like in this video here, but while I keep moving the window, I won't die. But any AoE effects I put down will keep happening, because once I've applied them to somebody else, then it's a calculation on their end, not on mine. And healers can keep healing me and let me know when I'm at full health again. This is also how you're able to leap from cliffs. Press escape, then move the window around and you'll be suspended in mid-air, because your movement and the client accepting and responding to incoming data is fully reliant on the client being focused. So how have Amazon Games Studios responded to this very obvious exploit? Well, they've removed the ability to run your game in borderless windowed mode. However, they haven't removed windowed mode, which is where the problem is. And if you're thinking it seems useless to be able to stay alive but not do anything, remember, New World is a PvP game. And if you stay alive on a PvP capture spot, you capture it, or at least you prevent the enemy from taking it, meaning you can keep your capture spot yours indefinitely. If you are alive on a capture spot and the enemy appear, just hold the window of the game and they can never, ever kill you. Now, Amazon say that they've managed to solve this specific exploit, but that's not the real issue here. The real problem is that we've discovered New World is client-side authoritative. That means you as an individual player actually have a massive amount of power and influence over the calculations that are done in regards to your character and then the information that's sent from the server to you or you back to the server. No MMORPG should ever put important mechanics like taking damage client-side. Because as soon as you discover any calculation is done client-side, it's only a matter of time until people break it. It's a handshake between you and the client and the server, and it's just not working correctly. And people have used it to dupe gold already. The New World economy has been damaged almost beyond repair within a few days because this client-server connection has been interrupted enough to duplicate gold. Whenever you trade with another player in an MMORPG game, you don't actually give them exactly the same item that you had. What usually happens is they are given a copy, then your original is deleted. For a player, this is no different to trading, but this method is also affected by the client-server handshake delay. This is how dupes have existed in games for years. Remember how with Pokemon Red and Blue on the old Game Boy, you could just pull the trade cable out, the physical link cable, at the right time to get both Pokemon on both Game Boys? That's because the copy was created on the other and then you detached it before the original was deleted. The same thing is going on here, but much, much faster. Some players have been logging in, trading gold to other players, and then by abusing the fact the server cannot send information to you or stacks it up, duping the item, because you are giving the item to another player, and then the server sends it to them, and that's fine, but then when the server tries to delete yours, the request is just stacked up. And if you can close your client, usually with Alt F4, before the request goes through, the trade is done, but the original is not deleted. Players have discovered it's as simple as blocking incoming data requests from a few specific ports on your computer. If the server cannot get the request to you to delete the original, it simply can't delete the original. So why is this so hard to catch? Well, because the only way to catch it would be to send data from the server to the client to check they're not doing anything dodgy, but if they are, that data sending will fail. It will just stack up and it looks like effectively they're offline. It's not like your client is replying with, yeah, I'm exploiting. It's that the data isn't getting there in the first place. It could just look like lag. That's effectively what you're making happen. This means one of two things are happening. Either the server is queuing up a load of data to be sent once the client is focused, or the client has a load of data on it waiting to be processed and it only begins processing when the window is focused. Either way, we have discovered a way to delay the client processing data that it should be processing immediately. You know how they always said you can't pause an online game? Well, with New World, you kinda can. So why is this happening and where's the exploit going to go in the future? Well, when you stand AFK for a long time in an MMORPG, the server sends you some data and you send back some data, and eventually the server realizes, hey, this person isn't sending any data, they must be offline. And so it kicks you off the server. It makes you go offline. That's why the requests haven't been sent back. And the reason you kick an offline player offline is because you don't want anyone or anything to be able to interact with that player while they're offline. Imagine if you could still be hurt while you're logged off. That would be silly. Imagine if people could still send you trade requests while you're logged off, or items in your inventory could be deleted while you're logged off. That would also be silly. Holding the window is effectively putting you into a stasis where the server thinks you are logged off. And only when you activate that window again does all the requests come through. If we can find a way to clear the client cache of those requests before they get processed, they will never get processed. Or if we can find a way to stop the server sending you the requests, then they won't line up in the first place. If you can block incoming requests while being online, as if you are offline, that opens up a world of exploits. So the reality of New World is this. It looks good, it sounds good, and it plays okay if you're a casual player, but if you get deep into the game, you'll discover it's got a deeply coded exploit, which is letting players negate or at least delay all incoming damage requests. This is the equivalent of building a really nice looking house on terrible foundations. I mean, look at this. A Reddit post recently discovered when you hover your cursor over an icon on the minimap, it gets a little bigger. It's a nice little graphical flourish, but if you flick your cursor over it quickly, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger constantly. This is because obviously the icon is programmed to increase size by X amount of % of original. It's based on the size of the icon at the time. And if you put your cursor over it before it's had time to reset to its original shape, you increase it by more because it's starting a little bigger. Now this effect isn't dangerous, it's just silly, but this is a perfect example of something small and exploitable. And it's this level of small exploitable code players are finding everywhere. It's just like how it's been discovered the crit damage reduction on the armor set. That actually reduces all damage. In fact, none of the set effects do what they claim. Almost nothing in New World actually does what it tells you it's going to do. There have been calculations. Anytime it says increases or decreases by a percentage, it very rarely is actually that percent. Players have done tests. Almost every single tooltip is wrong. Think about all the news we've seen about New World so far. The best way to win PvP is to mass report the enemy general because they get banned for 24 hours before a human checks it. The best way to gain lots of gold is to just dupe the gold. The best way to hold a PvP spot is to stick a few characters on it and then have them all wiggle their window around so incoming damage requests are all just stacked up. If you know the correct port to activate or to deactivate at any time while you're playing, you can stop so much information coming to or going from you that you can effectively manipulate an MMORPG far more than a single client should ever be able to. Right now it feels like New World is a mansion built on sand. It looks lovely, and walking around it for a bit is great, But as soon as you realise the foundations are unstable, you're not going to want to stay there. If you're a games designer or a coder, how long do you think it's going to take to fix this? How deeply ingrained into the framework of the game or the engine is this specific bug, this client-server handshake delay? How long is it going to take before someone discovers an even more intense exploit using this delay? Could Amazon detect players moving a window around even if they wanted to? Is that a bannable offense? How can they detect a player not taking damage when the only way they would check is by sending data packets, and that's the only thing they're
What's up, YouTube?
What's up, guys? It's your boy Damone, and welcome back to another New World video. Today I wanted to give you guys my spin on whether or not I think the game is going to last. Now, I've been getting a lot of questions on stream as like, D, is the game gonna fail? Game is dead. I've been reading the comment section, people talking about game is dead, it's dying, you know, so on and so forth. There's been a lot of controversial articles about the game, a lot of controversial things, and it's understandable because people were expecting a lot from Amazon, being that they're a $1 trillion company. And rightfully so, because for some people, playing New World felt like watching Game of Thrones, all 8 seasons, only to be ruined at the end with the last 2 episodes. And I get it. You're looking for a total, complete package right out of the gate, especially because that's how games should be. Now, unfortunately, being 36 years old, I haven't played a complete game probably in the last 15 years. Ever since games have went into early access mode and decided to hold their best features for later, I can't remember a product that was actually complete upon release. Now, this is not saying that I'm justifying the behavior, but what I am saying is that we're still in a good spot for New World because this is just the beginning. But before we get into whether or not I think this is going to fail or succeed, let's look at some numbers. Now, keep in mind that it is 10:52 in the morning Pacific Standard Time on a Monday. So a lot of people could be at work right now, meaning that these numbers that I'm showing you guys right here via the websites of other games could have some give or take in value. So the first thing we're going to be looking at is concurrent players for Final Fantasy XIV. This is a game that's often compared to New World just because it's in the same MMO genre. Currently, we're looking at 28,451 concurrent playing an hour ago. People love Final Fantasy for the immersive story, amongst other things. At the 24-hour peak, it's hitting 42,623. All-time peak, 67,019 for concurrent. Now, as we move to Elder Scrolls Online with Steam charts, we're looking at 22,006 about an hour ago, 28,273 for the 24-hour peak, and 49,000 for the all-time peak for Elder Scrolls Online. Now, granted, these games have been out for a long time, so a lot of the player base has, you know, kind of dwindled. And to be quite honest, when the expansion pack for Final Fantasy comes out, these numbers, of course, will jump because a lot of people will be excited to see the new content. Now, as we get into World of Warcraft, their estimated concurrent players right now, as we speak, is 67,030, which puts them at the leader of the pack of the 3 MMOs that most people are playing. And then as we get to New World on the same Steam charts, we're looking at 379,447 players about an hour ago, 506,000 at a 24-hour peak, and 913,000, which is the all-time peak, which happened at launch. I will post the link to these in the description box so you guys can check this out for yourself. Now, as you guys can see, New World is obviously crushing it, but a lot of people in controversial articles are saying that the game is dying just because more than half of the player base has dwindled since launch. And rightfully so, because unfortunately there were a ton of content creators that were pushing the product, and you guys know, as content creators go, we bring a lot of people with us, and unfortunately when we stop playing, so too do most of the people playing with us. However, that doesn't mean that this leaves New World in a bad spot, because let's just assume, worst case scenario, that they only kept 20% of the player base that we currently have. With 20% remaining, they would still be competitive with the other top 3 MMOs in the market. Now, I know, New World has been out for a month, and the player numbers will continue to go down over time, especially as players wait for new content. But the beautiful thing about this is that we're just getting started. Now, you guys might have heard me talk about this before, but there's a lot of features coming to New World. Due to some data mines, and I talked about this in a previous video, we have 6 new expeditions coming. We have the Frozen Passage, in Great Cleave, the Unholy Depths, in Mangled Heights, which some of you guys may have visited. We have Barnacles and Black Powder coming in Cutlass Keys, Eridanus Caverns in Restless Shores, the Ennead in Brimstone Sands, although that one's probably not going to be coming for a while because that's in the new territory that has yet to be released. And then we have Isabella's Lair, which is in Shattered Mountain. Now, a lot of these dungeon locations you guys might have already visited in the game or seen dungeon gates such as Shattered Mountain Gate that you were unable to enter. So this is going to be 6 new variations of experiences that you guys will be able to see once you guys get into the game. Now, granted, these names are tentative and subject to change, but these were some of the data mine information that was released quite a while ago. As you guys already know, we have a ton of new weapons coming, such as the Void Gauntlet, Blunderbuss, mini crossbows or crossbows, maces, one-hand and two-hand, halberds, and of course the two-hand sword. Not to mention that we have daggers, also already shown and leaked in a screenshot from a YouTube stream from some staff members. But there are plenty new things to keep us busy. As I mentioned before, a new zone, of course, is planned. You guys may have already seen if you ventured to the northernmost point of Ebonscale Reach. This place is known as the Brimstone Sands. And there's also talks about 2 new game modes, including PvP arenas, 2v2s, 3v3s, 5v5s, tournaments, and of course dungeon mutations. If you guys are wondering what a dungeon mutation is, this is something that's more similar to like heroic and mythic dungeons, if you guys remember playing these in World of Warcraft. And these are just some of the things that are going to be coming to New World. Keeping that in mind, you guys will often hear me talk about on stream, I think that the biggest thing that we can do is just have a little bit of patience. I personally love the game. I love the way that it's set up. Of course, it's not without its flaws, but we all know what's wrong with the game. But unfortunately, complaining about them over and over relentlessly after they've already been brought up to the development staff millions of times at this point is kind of beating a dead horse. I think the most we could do is express our concerns and then wait to see what action or relevant action Amazon is going to take in order to alleviate its frustrated player base and then continue to build on the current content that they have. I think that New World has a lot of potential to be something extremely great over time, and I think that the game that we're playing now will be completely different in a year, 2 years, 5 years, if it's still around. Or if a new MMO hasn't come out that just destroys it, obviously. But all in all, guys, I think ultimately I'm going to be remaining cautiously optimistic for the future of this game, just because personally I've seen how Amazon has done business with this game in the past. They are a company that, again, is not afraid to make dramatic changes and updates in order to improve the quality of life as the game rolls by. Now, of course, it may not seem like it because with the number of bugs that they fix, more bugs have been created, and then, of course, even more things continue to be broken, which can create a frustrating experience. With war bugs, invincibility cheats, and all kinds of exploits that players are taking advantage of, it can seem like it's really dark in the cave, which seems like the future. But I'm here to remind you guys that if we just hold on a little bit longer, I think that things will continue to look up. And if worst case scenario they don't after the, let's say the course of 6 months to a year, then there'll be plenty of other games to play, of course, because next year has a ton of major releases coming anyway. What I was hoping to do with this video today, guys, was give you guys at least a glimpse of hope or light. And for those of you guys who are already hardcore New World fans, to give you guys more things to look forward to in the future. Now, I mentioned in a previous video, New World had visited my stream back in the closed beta, I think on the second day when we were doing a second 24-hour stream. Well, we streamed basically 48 hours, and they had popped in basically to say thanks, give away a bunch of free keys, and they had mentioned doing a post-launch roadmap devcast. Now, of course, when I asked them when, they didn't say anything, of course, because they weren't going to answer. but that is something that we definitely can look forward to as well. I also think that if they would announce a date saying, hey, all right, this is when the post-launch roadmap is going to be, or when we can expect that, I think it would alleviate a lot of concerns as to where the direction of this game is actually going. So, with that being said, guys, that's all I wanted to cover today. Please feel free to throw your
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes. I don't normally make update videos like this, but the recent video I put out about how New World is broken, I talked about the infinite health exploit, the invulnerability glitch. And many people have already contacted me and said that Amazon patched this last week. It's old news, you can't do it anymore. As far as PvE goes, you can. It's actually very easy to replicate, and I'd like to show you in this one long, unedited take exactly how to do it and exactly what's happening. I'm going to attack an enemy, and then I'm going to see what happens. If you stand and do nothing, the enemy follows its coding and it attacks you. That's pretty much to be expected. If we don't do anything, it will just keep hitting me. Now if I press escape and hold the window, my client doesn't show anything different. It shows the screen is frozen. But as far as the server is concerned, the enemy is still attacking my character, which means there'll be damage requests stacking up, either server side about to be sent to me when I release the window, or client side about to be processed when I release the window. So when I release the window, when I let go of my left mouse button, we should see a load of red damage ticks all happen at the same time on my character model. Let's see if that happens. Yep, there they all are, 33 damage flying off me right now. What happens if I press shift to dodge out the way? Well, I do a roll, and then the enemy follows me. Again, pretty much standard. But rolls have invulnerability frames. You can actually roll through attacks. If you time it correctly, you can roll away. Now here's the really interesting thing. I'm going to press escape, which brings the menu up, and I'm going to line my cursor up very close to the top. I'm going to roll, press escape, and then immediately click it again. So if I can get it right, there we go. I'm in the middle of a roll right now. I have frozen my client in the middle of a roll. Rolls have invulnerability frames. As far as my client cares, the last known information about my exact character was that they were in an invulnerability frame. The roll had happened. If there is information stacking up server side, which there should be, because we've already seen the enemy will continue to attack you even when the window is held, I should be expecting a load of damage requests to come in as soon as I release the window. But when those requests are processed, will I still be in an invulnerability frame state? Will the request happen at all? Will the enemy have stopped attacking me? It has no reason to. We've already seen if I don't do anything, the enemy attacks me. If I hold the window, the enemy attacks me. If I roll and then wait, the enemy attacks me. The enemy attacks me in all of these scenarios. Let's see what happens now, because I've frozen my game in the middle of a roll. I'm going to release left click and then press escape, which will immediately close the menu overlay. Let us see the game. Watch my health. Not changed. Not changed at all. We expected. We can do it again, it's quite easy. I pressed shift to dodge. I have held the window again. My dodge has definitely finished by now, which means we would expect a large amount of damage to be stacking up, ready to happen. But it didn't happen last time. Did the enemy stop attacking me? Did it keep attacking me, but the damage requests were invalid because it thought I was in an invulnerability frame? Why would it stop attacking me? I've rolled before, and it runs up to me and attacks. I've stood and done nothing, and it runs up and attacks. I've moved the window, and it runs up and attacks. But if you roll and then click the window, in the middle of the roll, the enemy AI changes. The roll is definitely finished by now, and I should be taking some serious damage. So let's see what happens when I release left click and press escape. My health should go down quite considerably, but watch. No change. I've still got aggro. The enemy's still attacking me. Still hitting me. And if I just do the regular hold the window trick, we can stack up some damage requests. Just got to wait here for a few seconds. The server can see that I'm there. I'm standing. The enemy is attacking me. As soon as I release this, we should see some red damage ticks fly off me. Let's see if we see that. There they all are. But now if I get ready, roll, escape, hold. If you start a roll, press escape, and then move your window around while the client still thinks you are in an invulnerability frame state, it seems that the enemies stop attacking you. I wonder if we can try our luck with two. Okay, so we've got two enemies attacking me constantly. I have pressed shift to roll. I have pressed escape to activate the cursor. I have held the window at the top. We now have two enemies, server side, attacking my character. What should happen when I release left click is I take a load of damage. That should happen. It's probably been a while now. I'm probably dead by now. Let's see what happened when I release left click and press escape to get rid of the menu overlay again. No damage. Both enemies stopped attacking me because I put my game into stasis in the middle of a roll. I wonder if we can get three enemies at the same time to do this. I've got three enemies attacking me right now. The enemies have no reason to fight each other. They only have aggro against me. I haven't left the aggression area, and I've not used any skills to drop any of the aggro. I have started my roll, pressed escape, held the window. My roll is definitely finished by now. I should be standing up. The server should be stacking up damage requests against me. Let's see what happens when I release left click and press escape again. No damage to me at all. During that stasis, I was completely invulnerable. 3 enemies. What about 4? I started my roll. I'm on 530 health. I should be dead by now. There should be enough incoming damage stacks to kill me. But when I release, now you can see I've got a bleed effect on me. So that bleed effect will still tick over, but the regular attacks will not. There we go. All gone. Entirely possible to make yourself completely immune to all enemy damage by simply rolling and holding the client in a stasis.
Approaching extraction area. All miners stay in formation. Wingman, you take up the rear.
Understood.
Scrap!
What's wrong?
Boosts are jammed. Could use a push.
Hey Ben, we've got a clunker back here.
Got it. Let's meet here. Ship.
What's going on with it?
Just a laggy jump drive.
There you go. Good as my granny's creaky old knee. Thanks, Ben. I'm nearly out of nanobots. Say, how's your ship holding up?
Just the usual wear and tear. Don't tell me you want to run another mobility check.
Can't risk you breaking down in the middle of a fight, can I?
All right, knock yourself out.
First, show me 2 nice healthy strafes, left and right.
There. And there.
What about your hover thrusts?
Man, I can so hear your smile.
Isn't it nice to have someone who cares for a change? Now, some rolls.
1, 2.
Finally, I need one last strafe, with a boost to the right. As slinky rocket dodges go, I'd give you a 4 out of 9. Yeah, you're in good enough shape for the junk pile you're floating.
Try telling that to Callahan. I bet 10 creds that if we don't catch up, he'll threaten to remove this ship from our tally.
Nah, he's a jerk, but not that bad. I'll take that bet.
Let's not keep him waiting then. Just 8 more shifts. Have you finally picked a homeworld?
Yep, Eden 12 it is. Ridiculous name, but just can't say no to those terraformed lakes.
I can't imagine what it'd be like to finally be out.
It'll be plasma gin and sunsets, my friend. After the slog we've been through, that's the least we deserve.
Slackers. 5 seconds longer and I would have removed this shift from your tally.
What's the situation?
There's a Hydra infestation clogging up the entrance. And since you're the one that gets paid for handling these things, I thought I'd be so kind as to let you earn your creds.
I'm on it.
And secure a path to the core. The engineer will follow with some distance in case anything needs fixing.
How much distance?
Enough to make a U-turn, should he run into trouble. The rest will wait outside with me until I give the signal.
All right, I'm going in. Shift never left.
And miners in here.
Yeah, and since the Hydra had time to spread but hasn't devoured them yet, I'd say they killed each other less than 48 hours ago.
Scrap.
You might want to consider that U-turn. Some of the outlaws may still be alive.
Forget Callahan. I can take care of myself.
entrance to the core is blown.
Try using your missiles. Whoever sent that might still be in there.
We'll see. Wait here until I've had a look inside.
Please be careful.
Finally, my rescue squad.
I have no idea who you are.
Hey, you're G&B scum. This'll take care of you.
Sorry, pal, but there are no rescue squads out here. Everyone, the risk meter just went way up. There were outlaws here, and maybe more are on their way.
So what? We've still got an armed patrol outside.
They could be here any minute.
All the more reason to work fast. Let's do this, people. Those crystals won't mind themselves.
And that outlaw was from Bloodstar, not just some low-level grunt. He even had a custom-built coil gun.
I'll keep an eye on the main shaft.
And I'm gonna hold on to the coil gun. Let's hope we won't need it.
Keep an eye on the miners. I don't want any crystals to end up in the wrong pockets. Hey, what's with the shaking?
Could be the Bloodstar guys' rescue squad. And if they spotted our patrol outside, they won't just come in with medics.
Son of a lizard.
Alright, want everyone to stay calm and clear of the walls. I got this. Time to earn my creds.
Chief, you here? Scrap. More miners. They got here first.
Don't worry. More ransom booty to line our pockets. Let's reel them in.
Keep moving, everyone. I'll lock onto them and let my missiles do the rest.
Let's do this.
One left. That's it. Everyone all right?
Got anything? We're okay. Pal, take my last nanobots. You'll need them. My sensors are lighting up. There's more of them coming down the main shaft.
Let's take the fast lane and bust through that drill.
Job out there.
You all try to slip past. I'll keep them busy.
just leave me here. Sorry, Ben.
How long till you can jump again?
Engine's too hot. First it needs to cool down.
I'll buy you some time. What's happening?
The engine's burning, and now it's moving all the way up to the cockpit.
Use the extinguisher, reduce oxygen. You got this.
I got this. I got this.
Hold on tight. I'm on my way. Ben, I'm coming. Okay? What the hell was that? All systems are down. Damn it.
You're wasting your energy. We're locked in by a force field. Just sit tight and make the best of it.
Looks like they threw you quite a welcome party.
I've been here for quite a while already. Just a regular checkup on what I might know. Where did they grab you? Your outfit looks like GMB work crew.
You guessed it.
These jerks here got no style. Bunch of amateurs. They'll be looking to get the best price for you.
So given your professional opinion, you know a lot about outlaws.
Hell, I know a lot more than they'll ever get from me. You hear me? If it ain't Gas Mask, so where's your boss?
Things have changed, Bashar. And because your cellmate here killed the chief, I am now in command.
Did he now?
And for your insults, I will make certain you suffer like never before.
Where's my friend, Corbin Grendel?
He's in the med bay, for now. Maybe he'll live long enough to fetch ransom. Your DNA scan showed that you're a military clone pilot. No wonder you bettered my predecessor. I wonder what your face value is. What if I broadcast your profile?
That would be a bad idea. You may not like who will come looking for me.
Why would I heed advice from a clone? I know my business.
Interesting.
Station is under attack. And the turrets.
Friends of yours?
Yeah, the kind who want me dead.
Power outage. The force field is down. This is our chance. Let's try to pry the door open. Help me. Grab the door. Let's get the hell out of here while they're distracted. This way to the hangar.
Wait, I'm not leaving without my friend.
Don't be an idiot. He's a dead man. Okay, get your friend, but hurry.
Hey, Ben.
Huh? What's happening?
It's our chance to get out of here. Come on.
Forget it, man. I'm for?
I told you I'm getting you out of here.
Over here!
Thanks for waiting.
My pleasure. I might have more luck with...
Watch out.
You may call this a warning shot. Attackers are advised to disengage at once.
Great. Stuck between a rock and a damn flaming meteor. It's a colonial fleet. We better stick together if we want to make it out of this alive.
Get ready to jump.
No dice. Drives are jammed.
There's a jump suppressor down there.
I hope you know how to handle a cannon.
This isn't my first dance, you know.
Right. The military clone thing. Shooting scrap is in your genes. My sensors detect 2 more. Let's find them and get out. Just stay out of view of that cruiser.
Ben, you okay back there?
It feels like my skin is melting off.
Getting us out of here, I promise.
No jurisdiction here.
This is our last warning. Scans are being initiated on all units. Harboring a military clone is a violation against the peace treaty. Hand him over. We will find him either way.
It's you they're after?
I told the gas mask not to broadcast my profile. Let's finish this and get the hell out.
You, Mr. Roslin. I'd suggest you submit your sentinel without struggle.
You can't destroy a suppressor. Fly close and hack in. That's the way to go.
I know. You okay, Ben? Damn, you passed out.
They're tracking us. You need to disconnect your nav, now!
Can't fly blind.
Do it!
Okay, display's wiped. Now what?
I'll give you some cords. 1 sec. There. See that sweet shiny marker? That's our way out. I've seen clones fight before, but damn! Not your first dance. You're a goddamn prima ballerina. What's your name, pal?
It's Adam. And that's Ben in the back. He really needs a medic.
The only medics out here work for GMB, and that's not where you want to be right now. Not with a fleet warrant on your head.
Man, we were 1 foot out of the DMZ.
Don't tell me you had one of those GMB pension plans.
It's called a Lionel Grady retirement scheme.
Well, it's still a plan, and plans are for fools, my friend. I'm Dax, by the way. Let's get your friend into stasis at my old hideout. That'll give you some time to figure out how to save his life.
Guess it's the only choice I have.
It's been a while. Let's hope that the old rust pile hasn't fallen apart.
Hey, buddy, we're here. Oh, man, you look bad. Ben's not responding. We need to do something now.
There's a med bay, but we need to get to the control room first.
So this is your hideout. This place looks huge.
An old military post, founded decommissioned after the war. I laid low here for a few years after the DMZ was established. Here we are. Yeah, worse than I thought. Problem with the main reactor. It'll only hold us on basic for a while.
How about the med bay?
The cryopod can run on backup power, but no chance of getting the medical facilities running. All we can do for now is put your friend in deep freeze until we can get the reactor back up.
I want to get him in there as soon as possible.
All right.
Let's take it slowly.
In order to fix the main reactor, we'll need parts.
I can help you with that.
Good. I'll give you a shopping list then.
You know, this place ain't so bad.
We just used it to lay low for a while, really. But I guess you could say we had some good times here.
So you weren't alone.
Here's the cryo. Yeah, looks like it's working all right.
Sweet dreams, buddy.
Well, that's done. Now let's get the reactor running.
I feel like you're not telling me something about this place. What were you hiding from? What happened to your colleagues?
Yeah, I knew you'd start asking questions if I brought you here. Look, I took a gamble on you. Why don't you take a gamble on me now? Trust a little. I'll stay on comms and fill you in on what you need to know. A lot of stuff needs fixing, but we're still good on resources to patch up our ships or refill our ammo should things go south. There's also some space in the storage unit, so feel free to dump your cargo whenever it's getting cramped in that Sentinel. Here's a list of what we need to fix the reactor.
Scrap metal, a cooling unit, all pretty straightforward.
The cooling unit could be a problem. Check out that nearby debris field. That's your best shot at finding one. By the way, I took the liberty of installing 2 devices into your ship. An EMP generator and an energized boost.
Not sure how I feel about you mucking around inside my ship.
Yeah, well, let me know how you feel once one of my goodies saves your life. GMB didn't know you were a clone.
No, just 8 more shifts and they would have paid me a ticket to Eden 12.
Eden 12, huh? That's one ridiculous name.
They have lakes there?
Cool. I dig lakes. When I was a kid, my old man used to take me kayaking almost every day. That was on Byron 4, just before the whole place went to hell.
What's kayaking?
You serious? Scrap, we've got a visitor.
Leave him to me.
Maybe a good time to pop that gift bag and try one of your new devices. In the meantime, I'll lock the front door, just in case. us when we reactivated the hangar.
So about kayaking.
Kayaking. Best thing ever. Say, they never told us soldier grunts how you clones worked. But I heard they gave you guys fake memory fragments to keep you motivated while fighting. If kayaking isn't in there, someone clearly didn't do their job.
My memories are fragmented, but not fake. They're a mix of random experiences taken from my clone father's life and every incarnation that came before me. All passed on from clone to clone, until they ended up with me.
Holy! So you're some kind of body-hopping immortal soul.
Well, not anymore. The cycle was broken. So this time when I die, I'm done.
You know what I would do if I were you?
No, what?
Not croak before I've been kayaking. I really mean it.
If I ever get the chance, I will. More outlaws.
Make sure that the area is cleared before you head back. Don't want anyone to kiss and tell about this base.
Cockroach was right. We've got new neighbors. Let's give them the tour.
There's quite a lot of traffic around here.
Yeah, something must have happened to our cloaking system. Any luck with those resources yet?
I'm still on it.
Excellent. so we can give that reactor a whirl.
All right, let's fix the scrapper. Ha! It worked. Never thought I'd miss this shabby place. Those Bloodstar idiots had me locked up for ages.
What do they want from you?
Well, what they want from everyone. Credits and information. Unfortunately for them, I don't share with outlaws. Anyway, this is where we're at right now. We've got lights, climate control, and access to scans of our vicinity.
Can the scans help me navigate Superlight again? I can't fly blind forever.
Good idea. We can't reconnect our navs, or the fleet would immediately locate our asses. But with these scans... Here, have a look.
Cedo Outer Rim, Rhodia Orbit, and Union Bridge? That's as far as we can scan?
It's far enough for now, at least what we need to do next. I need you to fly to all 3 locations, and keep an eye out for little devices we like to call beanies.
Beanies?
That's short for beanbags. They're small DIY signal distractors, and used to keep this base off enemy radars. But obviously they don't anymore.
Sounds like a job for Ben. You need an engineer on this, not me. Why don't we focus on getting him fixed first?
No time. We're lit like a bonfire. If we don't figure out what's wrong with the distractors now, we won't live long enough to save Ben. Tend to the beanies and make us vanish. That'll give us time to figure out what to do with your friend.
a sticky situation here.
Station. They'll patch you up there.
Down one. your beanies. Looks like an asteroid bumped off half of its antennas.
Maybe we're lucky and they got caught up somewhere. Hey, try running a holo scan to simulate the crash.
And what do you think I just did?
Smart man.
There's one.
If the joints are up for it, you don't have to be a Quark mechanic to reattach them.
First part fits. And there's the other one. Hey, I'm trying to do some repair work here. Good as new. First beanie's back online.
Excellent. For a proper disappearing act, we need 2 more.
How did you ever end up in a place like this?
Originally, I was stationed in the Ethan system as part of our rearguard subunit. We did some scouting missions, but really not much else.
How many were you?
Around 12. Some died, some became outlaws. 2 pals and I got out before the war got really ugly. This is where we ended up.
Feels like the edge of the universe.
It isn't, but if you squint, you can see it from here. Any sign of the beanie out there?
Don't know. I got this marker jumping around on my display, though.
Could be it. Try to follow it and keep me posted. By the way, if you need better tech, there used to be a trader around that area. Calls her shop the Flying Duchess. Maybe worth checking out.
Would you look at that? Customer or outlaw?
Customer, I guess. But can't you be both?
Not here at the Flying Duchess, you can't. I operate an honest business.
I see.
Say, you look like you could handle yourself very well in a situation. Are you up for some challenges? Hunting outlaws in a more creative way. I'll even throw in some reward for you. What do you say?
Let me take a look. Looks like the pilot never made it back to his freighter. It may still even be there. later mentioned in the log entry.
Lamani here again, and today, guess what? I'm not bringing you a war build. Don't worry, I'm just trying to push out content so that I don't look like I'm only doing wars and strictly running Orb of Protection. In fairness, I really hate using Orb, so today I'll get to show you some Lights Embrace gameplay. Either way, what I want to do today is show you my open world content build that excels in high damage PvE and PvP content that is extremely tanky and heals just as much as almost any other healer, if not more. You can use this build for some elite mob grinding where you're doing damage and healing a ton. You can switch some gear up to excel in healing expeditions. And in all honesty, I think you could even DPS a dungeon and off heal at the same time, or just be a pure DPS. I'll also show you that it's a great PvP setup that's so strong you'll have enemies either running away or just flat out quitting the game because it really isn't fair. I'm here to show off all the key features of this great build. Don't worry, I've got you. I'll hit everything, and if you have questions, feel free to ask. Nonetheless, you are going to be a force to be reckoned with, and people won't expect the damage you bring out when you're spec'd properly, and on top of that, you are an unkillable healing machine out there in the world. Alright, so here we are in the mastery calculator for the life staff. This build will be a little bit similar to our previous war build that we released. We're just going to be changing up one skill and switching up a couple of the passives. As always, this is a guide to try and help you understand what path you'd like to take and how you can put your own build together so that you can succeed in a way that your playstyle fits best. I'll go over the points I think are the best, but I'll give you some opportunities to see where you might want to change up a passive or switch up something else, just so it might better fit you. First, with every single build, you should be using Absolved. So it's going to make your light and heavy attacks no longer take mana. This is absolutely necessary in any kind of environment, whether you're in PvE, PvP, a mix, everything. The next point I'm going to take is Blissful Touch. Blissful Touch, also super strong. You can see this clip right now where you can shoot Blissful Touch through teammates and it will give each of them a healing circle underneath them. It's not just when you shoot it at the ground, it's both through them and at the ground. First big skill we'll be taking is Sacred Ground. Sacred Ground is so strong. Create an area on the ground that lasts for 15 seconds. It's increased by durations as well, and heals 20% weapon damage every second. This healing will be influenced by our healing modifiers. So we'll take our next 2 points into Sacred Ground, Holy Ground, generate stamina and mana 100% faster while in Sacred Ground. And then we'll take Blessed, which is going to make it so that everybody in there takes 50% more from all healing. So not only do we get that in our Sacred Ground, we'll talk about all of our modifiers later that are going to give you healing effectiveness increases. Our main goal in this healing tree, and there's no real sort of order that we're going here. These are just the big points I think you should get when you're healing general world content, PvE, PvP, a mix, both, just so you don't have to respec in between everything and you can mainly just rely on gearing to switch things up. Regardless, our goal is going to be hitting Divine Blessing. Divine Blessing is significantly stronger than Magnify. Magnify is very undertuned, and Divine Blessing is so strong in every setting. So the points I would go into next are some of these passives. I would take Revitalize so that you can reduce cooldowns with light attacks. It's going to be big when we use our abilities. I would go into Intensify. So you're going to kind of do that 1, 2, 3 heavy attack stacking to get 30% increased healing, which will affect something like Sacred Ground. And then just weave in heavy attacks before that 10 seconds goes up so that you're light attacking the whole time, getting heals out to your teammates. Then you heavy attack just to make sure that you keep healing for more. This healing effectiveness will also apply to Blissful Touch. I would put my next point into Sacred Protection. So this is just going to be a flat 5% healing increase. Who wouldn't want that? Again, it's going to apply to everything. Then I would take Desperate Speed. Again, more cooldown reduction here. Although it's only 10%, it can trigger every 5 seconds, which is pretty big. and it's on any teammate that's below 50% health. So any teammate that you heal below 50% health will reduce all of your cooldowns by 10%. That's pretty big for any of your longer cooldown abilities, so just keep that in mind. Now what we have to do is we have to put one more point into this side in order to get Divine Blessing. We have two options, Enchanted Justice and Mending Touch. If you've seen my previous war video, I take Enchanted Justice for wars. But in all other sorts of content, Mending Touch is insane. I only don't take Mending Touch in war settings because I heavy attack to get my healing effectiveness, yes, and it can remove debuffs on players who do have a debuff at that time, but there's not that many debuffs going out from other players in wars. The only things I can think of are maybe a slow or a root, but those don't last very long, and there's not really a great opportunity for them to get removed. Sure, there might also be some burns from some of the fire casters, but generally you can heal through the majority of that. You're not going to be wanting to launch up a heavy attack when all that damage is going out anyway. So it's not something I typically think of in the war setting. But in PvE related content, we can take off all kinds of blight dots, burning dots, slows, poisons, bleeds, all kinds of stuff that comes out from all of the content as you go through expeditions, as you're fighting out in the world. And then yes, we could remove some of the things that may stem from other players. Enchanted Justice, I just want to preface this again. Enchanted Justice is garbage. I repeat that. I know there's comments saying like, why are you taking Enchanted Justice? I don't want to take it, but in the war setting, I think it has more value than Mending Touch. But again, that's totally up to you. And so I take the Mending Touch route to then get Divine Blessing. Divine Blessing, when they're below 50% health, heal for 30% more. That'll apply to all your heals. That's all we're going to do for the healing tree. These are all of the best skills. Basically all the skills you can take except for Enchanted Justice, because we don't go into Splash of Light and we don't go into Divine Embrace. So it's just the way to get the most value out of all of your skills while also getting the ultimate ability over here. Now the goal over in the Protector tree is we're going to get Beacon and Light's Embrace. So the first thing we're going to do is grab Bend Light, 20% healing effectiveness increase for 5 seconds whenever you dodge. You're dodging a ton, and that's 20% more healing on everything. Worst case scenario, if you can't get Intensify stacks up or you can't get anything else going, just dash before you cast out a heal. It's 20% more effective. What could go wrong? Next, what you're going to do, you're going to take Beacon. And then what I would do is I would put the 2 points into Beacon. I go all the way to get 5 seconds longer. I do not think Speed of Light has that much value in opposition to other talents, whether you're out in the world, whether you're in wars. Maybe there's some edge in PvP because you get that haste increase, but I think there's way more value in other mastery points. So you have a 5 second longer Beacon. Well, something else we can do to increase our durations, we can go into Glowing Focus. This makes Beacon last longer. It'll make any other buff that you grant somebody 20% longer. And as we talk about attributes, there's also a point in the focus line that is going to increase durations as well. And those will be applicative on top of each other. The last ability we're going to be taking is Light's Embrace. Light's Embrace, targeted heal, 100% weapon damage, 30% more for every buff you've put on that target. So when they're in your sacred ground, not only will they get healing effectiveness increase, they'll get that 50% more healing. They also get healed for more because they have a buff on them, which is a heal over time from Sacred Ground. They'll also get increased healing from Beacon. If they have a Beacon buff on them, they'll also get another 30% on top of that. It only costs 18 mana and its cooldown is 4 seconds. And there's basically no cast time. You'll put your staff up in the sky, but it's almost an instant heal. Before we continue, I know some people choose to use Divine Embrace. What they do is they get rid of Light's Embrace, they take Divine Embrace, they'll go into Privilege, and then they'll take Shared Struggle. That is a route you can take, and you could do some reworking over here. But personally, I think Divine Embrace is kind of a throw. I know we talk about throwing a lot, but Divine Embrace, 150% weapon damage. There's none of that increased 30% for each buff on the target, which you get a lot of value out of that. Costs 25 mana. We reduce it down to 20. So it already costs 2 more mana than Light's Embrace, which isn't a ton. It also has a longer cooldown. But again, you can't argue we get a bunch of cooldown decreases. But the big thing that I think a lot of people advocate for is this. If the target's below 50% health, heal 1 additional ally within 8 meters for the same amount. I'm going to argue a couple things. One, our goal is to keep people above 50% health. It happens that people get below 50% health, but I don't think you're going to get that much value out of Shared Struggle when you have them getting healed up by HOTS like Sacred Ground and Beacon and your left click. But it's also only an 8-meter radius, which yes, it can be kind of far, but what about in the case where you only have 1 melee or you use it and maybe they're just out of position, they can't also get the value from the heal. My biggest concern with using Divine Embrace though, is that it has a long cast time. You actually have, there's a cast duration bar. It comes out, it's not that long. It's like 1 or 2 seconds. It's like 1 second, 1.5 seconds. but it has a cast time and it can be interrupted whenever you get hit, whenever you get touched by anything. Light's Embrace, it's almost instant. You have no concern. It just goes off. And it can be a huge heal, like up to 6k, depending on how many buffs you have on them. Whereas this Divine Embrace will only ever heal for 150% weapon damage, flat, with obviously the increased modifiers. But then the modifier increase is kind of negated because that applies for both of them, right? Light's Embrace gets the modifiers, Divine Embrace gets the modifiers, but there's way more potential for a Light's Embrace where I can get off 2 Light's Embraces within 8 seconds and maybe heal those 2 people who might have benefited from shared struggle while also using less mana and doing it quicker. So I don't think Divine Embrace is the move. I think you can better spend your points using it in Light's Embrace. Now, here's my next point. We have 2 more left, and there's a couple things you can do here. I will always say take Protector's Strength. If you have a buff, heal for 10% more, and you always buffed with things like Bend Light. If you touch a beacon, you have a lot of buffs going at all times. So it's basically just a flat 10% damage increase. Now, where the debate comes is on this very, very last point. I think there's a lot of value by putting it into Inspire and putting it into Light's Embrace, because when you have a tank that you're healing with Light's Embrace, you'll be giving them stamina back so that they can keep blocking. This is sometimes going to block another hit that could have saved their life. It's situational. Now, what it comes down to is, do you want to help your teammates or do you want to keep yourself alive? Right? So what we could do is take this point out and put it into Protector's Touch. Life Staff Light and Heavy grants 15% Fortify for 3 seconds when hitting an enemy, and this will work for Protector's Strength. But what it comes down to is, do you want to support your team more and potentially be a tank healer? So I would recommend this for expeditions and possibly even out in the world. You can give yourself a quick Light's Embrace and you'll get 25 stamina back, maybe when you're dodging people, doing a quick roll, quick dodge, whatever you need. Or you could make the argument that Protector's Touch is better. And maybe when you're out in the world PvPing, you want to hit somebody, get a 15% Fortify. That's great. I personally think there is more value going Protector's Touch route for open world content, which is what this build is more so designed for. So I would say take Protector's Touch. I don't think there's as much personally when you're out in the world doing your own thing for Inspire. Now, if you want to maybe respec less, you could take Inspire for expeditions, but I also think that Protector's Touch has a lot of value in expeditions as well, especially late game with how much damage goes out. I'm going to leave this last point up to you. I'm probably going to take Protector's Touch the majority of the time. I know my brother who tanks wants me to take Inspire, so sometimes I'll have that. It's kind of how I'm feeling. But this last point, I think, is a flex point. You can go Inspire, you can go Protector's Touch. Totally up to you. In general, I think this is the build route I'm going to go most often for open world PvP, expeditions, and just general content. Like, this is like my build where I'm just walking around the world doing whatever. And then I can also flex it into expeditions as well. So Sacred Ground, Light's Embrace, Beacon. Those are the abilities. Yes, we won't take Orb of Protection. I know my war videos have the majority of my views, and I don't want people thinking I'm taking Orb of Protection for non-war content. I don't like the targeted healing system, but I'm not going to take Orb in any sort of PvE situation. It's just not viable. You can kind of keep people alive, but you need Light's Embrace for those really big hits in the late game expeditions. And when you're open world PvPing, this is just busted. People can't kill you ever. They will not kill you. You just kite people around when you start to get low. Or if you just sit with a beacon and Sacred Ground on, they can't get through the damage and you just start pounding through them. Regardless, this is my setup for the healing staff. All right, so now over to the Great Axe. Great Axe, again, I'm not going to give any sort of leveling point build. I'm not going to tell you in what order you should put these in, but I'm going to give you my guide for the setup I use in PvP and PvE to do damage. I will kind of mesh talents together just so that I'm not respecking my Great Axe. Like, I'll take some PvE focused talents, but I'll still use this setup for PvP out in the world. Regardless, it's going to get the job done. It's going to do a lot of damage, and it's going to do a lot of self-healing. You're a sustainable, super tanky healer. So not only do you have all this healing coming from your life staff, you have a lot of healing capability from the Great Axe through all kinds of leech from your damage output. So when you're out there PvPing, when you're out there PvEing, it's very easy to keep yourself up, even just with the Great Axe, because we also get a healing effectiveness increase when we hit 150 focus that we'll talk about later that applies to all of this. So if you don't feel like putting on your life staff for a little bit to go fight some stuff, you don't have to. You'll keep yourself up and you'll kill them pretty quick. So first thing I would do, I would get Reap. Reap is going to pull them forward. It's going to be a 5-meter pull, dealing 110% weapon damage. It's got an 18-second cooldown, which is a little long, but doesn't seem that long when you're out there fighting. Then what we'll do is we'll just increase our reap effectiveness. So I put this point into the reap range is now 8 meters. This is actually super far in comparison to the divine embrace discussion that we had. When you're pulling somebody 8 meters, it's a lot farther than you would actually think. Then next, I'd put my points into greed. Greed is super, super strong, stacks 3 times. Whenever you light attack, you get a 5% damage increase for 5 seconds. So what do? You light, 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 heavy, heavy, light, heavy, heavy, light. If you want to do it like that, or what you can do is just light, 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 heavy attack, light, heavy attack, or you can just keep light attacking, whatever you feel like is going to work best. But there is great value to heavy attacking, and we'll discuss that when we get into the Mauler tree. So the goal is to get Reap all the way kitted out. So I would just take Frustration next. This is going to be a flat 15% damage increase when one of your attacks is blocked. This again is super OP. Anytime you get blocked, this will happen a lot in PvP. It'll happen a lot with like the shield skeleton mobs or anything out in the world. If they block one of your attacks, 15% damage. So then what can you do? Make sure it gets blocked, hit them with some light attacks, get your greed stacks up, and then hit them with a 30% increased damage heavy attack. It's nuts. I would then put my next point into hunger. This is a lot of our healing sustain here. So when you pull them now with Reap, you get 30% of that damage being done, which again, to remind you, is 110% of your weapon damage as a heal. So 110% of your weapon damage, 30% of that is a heal, but just you wait. Let's put our last one into Fatal Attraction. So now you do a spin attack that does 115% damage after you pull them. So pull, heal, spin, damage, heal. Boom. Big chunky healing here. Now we're going to continue with the topic of healing. And if we put one into Feed, our Great Axe against foes below 30% health, heal you now for 10% of the damage done. Imagine that you pull them when they're below 30% health. All of that damage that's healing you, that 30% from Reap, you also get 10% of that damage done as a 30% heal back. Just applicative healing there makes it easy for you to stay alive and sustain yourself. Continuing with this idea of healing, you know, we're a healer, so we might as well get as much as we can out of our Great Axe. If we go into critical gains, whenever you make a critical hit with a Great Axe, heal yourself for 10% of the damage done. So we have all the healing from Reap. We have the healing when they're below 30% health. Well, now what if we crit? Well, if we hit the enemy from behind, for those of you who don't know, if you hit an enemy from behind, it's always a guaranteed critical attack. We're getting healed for 10% of that. So if we Reap them from behind, hit them again with our spin, we're getting healed for all of that. And then imagine they're below 30% health. You're getting healed for all of that on top of the 150 focus increased healing effectiveness that you get increased on this. That's a lot of healing, ladies and gents. That's a lot of healing, and it's going to keep you alive in PvP especially. The Reap tree is the main tree over here. So we're really going to focus on putting the majority of our points into these passives. So next what I would do is on top of this critical hit gain, I would say Keen Edge. So critical damage is increased by 10%. That not only increases our damage throughput, increases our healing throughput as well on critical hits. Super strong, and a lot of your attacking is you're gonna at least try to do it from behind. So that's just a flat 10% increase to your damage. Next passive I take is Critical Condition. Great Axe attacks on foes below 30% health, critical 15% more often. Again, even more healing here. So we heal when targets are below 30% health, but then we also crit them more often, which then also gives us more healing. And then we do more critical damage, which also gives us more healing. We do a ton of damage, we crit a bunch, and we keep ourselves up to the point where in PvP situations, people just can't kill you and they run away. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. If you don't do enough damage to kill them, you just out-sustain them and just keep going and keep the fight continuing and chase them down. And you pull them in with gap, like Reap, keep them close to you and just annihilate them. So we put our point into Critical Condition. Now this unlocks our ultimate ability. We take Bloodlust. You move 30% faster and deal 15% more damage when looking at a foe within 15 meters. 15% damage increase means more healing. We also can chase people down in PvP. 15 meters is pretty damn far. So something else you can do out in the world is just keep your Great Axe on and look at chickens and stuff. Look at doe, look at boars, look at anything, especially in low level zones, and you'll move 30% faster when you're out in the world. It's very, very, very nice. It won't look if you free look behind you, but if they're in front of you and they're still able to be attacked from that perspective, you will get the speed increase. And then our final point, I would just put it into Death's Embrace. 10% armor pen when they're below 50% health, more damage, more healing. You know the drill. It's pretty strong. It's just a flat damage really increase, and it'll help a lot in PvP as well. We almost take every single passive in our Reaper side. Reaper is OP. Our last point that we're going to put into the Reaper tree is Charge. So we take Charge. This is one of the best gap closers in the game. You have a super fast charge. It does weapon damage when you reach a target, or you can press the left mouse button and it will also do that damage. It's a 20-second cooldown. You can chase people down. You can use it for mobility. You can use it to get across water. You can use it to run away. It's great when you're in the I'm PvPing somebody, I'm doing damage, but I'm all the way healed up. They're starting to get scared and run away. Well, you just charge them down, hit them with the charge, reap them back in, and they're done. They're dead. We'll talk about some of these points later, but what I would do then is go over to the Mauler tree, and our focus is getting Gravity Well. Gravity Well is another one that just keeps your targets close and lets you annihilate people in PvP while also having a ton of strength in PvE. So first point I put in, heavy pull. Heavy attacks with a great axe pull foes closer to you. It's okay. The main reason we take it is just because if you get hit while holding a great axe and you're below 50% health, gain 40 stamina, but it's a 20-second cooldown, I think we can get more value out of it in PvP to take heavy pull and keep people close, as well as grouping up mobs, because a lot of the time we won't have to regen that stamina, and then it just becomes a waste sometimes. You could take it if you want. Don't take heavy pull. Totally up to you. I think you have more value here, and we can get more value by not taking this. Next, Enduring Strike. Adds grit to heavy axe great attacks and grants a 20% damage reduction while the heavy attack is active. So you'll start to swing your heavy attack and you'll just glow. That means grit is active and you have a 20% damage reduction. Strong in PvP, strong in PvE, but it's also why we can swing, great attack. The heavy attack will not be interrupted and it'll grant us a 20% damage reduction. So we can for sure get that hit off in PvP. We can for sure get that hit off in PvE. And then if it crits all of our healing modifiers, then maybe it's going to heal us up this time. Maybe it won't. Either way, the heavy attack will do a bunch of damage and it can't be interrupted anymore. So if you're getting to the point in PvE or PvP where you keep getting staggered, or you're taking some damage, just keep great axe heavy attacking and just left and right heavy attack, even without your damage modifier, and you'll get the job done. You can also use it to like cheese the bomb mines that get set out that knock you down from certain PvE bosses. Instead of dodge rolling, if you're out of stamina, just charge up a heavy attack and it won't knock you down. There's a lot of things like that. I'm also low key, don't tell anybody, I'm working on a great axe tanking build that is based upon Enduring Strike with a life staff and healing yourself up and taking less damage in heavy armor. We'll see how it works. We're working on it. I'm thinking about it. We'll see what happens. It's on the list. I got a lot of things to do. Next point that I would take, Gravity Well. Gravity Well is so strong. PvE, PvP, group people up, keep your PvP target close to you. You reap them, they start to run away, Gravity Well them or pre-Gravity Well them. Then as the Gravity Well blows up, pull them, then hit them up, chop them up a bit, charge them, keep them close, and then like heavy attack them to keep them close. Gravity Well is super great for that. But the next point of Gravity Well, increase burst damage by 10% for each foe caught in the vortex. That is super strong too, but in PvE. It's going to give you a 10% damage increase in PvP, or if you're in a war and you want to use this kind of build in a war or just big, heavy open world PvP, Crowded Well is going to be huge. Tons of extra damage. Gravity Well itself does pretty good damage, especially when you modify it with like the light attack modifier or some of the other ones that we have. Regardless, Gravity Well is very, very nice for keeping targets close, grouping them together, and getting a lot of AoE, whether it's PvE or PvP. A nice little combo I'll do in PvE is I'll chop, light attack, get 15% more damage. Maybe I'll get blocked too there at some point, get another 15%. Gravity Well on like 10 mobs, keep them all together. As that explodes, I'll reap them so that I get Gravity Well explosion and then all the reap pull damage and then all the reap spin damage on an AoE, and I'll start heavy attacking so that I can't get interrupted. It's a lot of damage that you can put out there, especially with the fact that you're a healer. Now, here's where I start to struggle a little bit, and it's going to depend on the type of content that you want to do to put in your last few points. When I'm doing my tanking stuff, I'm going to put this point into unyielding. I think getting a 10% fortify while standing in your well is very strong. You could take it out in the world or for general content. So that point is an option, right? You group up all these mobs, you have a 10% fortify. You group up another player, 10% fortify. I think there's a lot of value in maybe taking crowded protection if you're AoE PvEing, right? You have 3 or more enemies near you, 10% damage absorption. If they're within 4 meters, so when you're pulling people, when you're graveling, when you're doing all that, this is more of a PvE focused talent point. So if you have a lot of enemies around you, feel free to take crowded protection. I'm going to take this in my tanking setup when I make it. So crowded protection is huge. Now on the flip side, if you want to put out more damage and do more healing, this is going to be another PvE centered way, but while holding a great axe, gain 10% damage when 3 or more foes are within 4 meters. There's not often times in PvE other than wars and huge, great scale world PvE that you have 3 or more within 4 meters, but 10% damage increase here. These 2 points, center of attention and crowded protection, are going to be more PvE focused, and you can take them if you want, and they'll still potentially have value through PvP settings, possibly not as much, but it's also worth taking them if you don't want to respec and you want to focus on putting these points in. Now, something else that you could do is if you want to be just strict PvP setup, whenever you pull a foe, they're held 30% longer. That means when you're pulling them on heavy pull and you're pulling them on reap, they're there 30% longer. Is that worth to you? Do you think locking down your target is more valuable than taking this? So if you're more of a PvP focused person, maybe take gravity. There's also value in Mauler's Resolve. If you want to take Mauler's Resolve and get that 40 stamina back when you're below 50% health on a 20-second cooldown, be my guest. There's also one more that you could make the argument for, that Executioner Speed, hitting 2+ targets with a single Great Axe light swing, grants you 3 seconds of 20% haste. Maybe more PvE focused, maybe in that 2v1 situation. I don't typically run away. It would be great to chase one person down, but I think Executioner Speed won't really be used in a 1v1 situation where somebody's running. So I think out of all of those, Executioner Speed would be my last place. I personally will always take Unyielding, just because I think there's a lot of benefit from that Fortify for your allies and for yourself. But then the other point I put in is I go Center of Attention, just because it's going to help me put out a little bit more damage. I'm pretty tanky and I can heal myself as is, so Crowded Protection doesn't have as much value, but I do a lot of PvP and a lot of PvE. And so I think Center of Attention is my greatest point. So if I had to give you a best tier list, I would take Unyielding and I would take Center of Attention. My next point that I would maybe flex is Crowded Protection or maybe the pull. Depends on the content you want to do, guys. It's totally up to you. This is my ideal setup. There's a lot of synergy here. You can chase people down. You get an extended pull. You get a lot of AoE potential. There's a lot to do here. Tons of AoE, tons of damage for a healer. I mainly focus on getting these passives in the Reaper tree and then making sure that I have charge, reap, and gravity well. Passives in the Mauler tree are mainly up to you. There's a few requirements, like I'd say get heavy pull and enduring strike and make sure you have crowded well. But I think those last 2 points are flex. Totally up to you. Use this information to help you guide yourself in your open world setup. This is mine. This is what I think is best. You do you, boo-boo. All right, everyone. So let's talk about how we can properly optimize our life staff usage and Great Axe usage out in the world for open world PvP and PvE, while also flexing it into a proper expedition setup for healing. Let's get into the attributes here. So as you can see, I'm currently at 82 strength, 205 focus, and 134 constitution. What I would suggest is that you go for the minimums of 50 strength, 200 focus, and 100 constitution. I think these are the most important bubbles to get, and then what you can do is base your gear off what you would like to do. Would you like to do more damage? Well, then focus more into strength. If you'd like to do more healing, put more points into focus. And if you'd like to be more tanky and feel like you're really getting messed up, go into constitution. I just think going to the first 50 strength bubble is very important to get that 5% damage on light attacks. It's just going to increase your damage output, but I also feel that 50 strength is a decent enough number for you to put out a lot of damage on your Great Axe. The reason I go into 200 focus is for 2 reasons. So one, the 200 focus gives you that 20% duration on casted buffs, which really synergizes well with that 20% duration increase we see in our mastery tree with the life staff. You then also get some scaling by going up to 200, a decent chunk, but the other big reason is just to at least hit the 150 focus bubble. So at the bare minimum, at least put 150 focus in, because this is where we get our 20% healing output from. Now this 20% healing output not only allows us to play in a medium loadout, it also applies to our Great Axe. So any of those healing talents that are on the mastery tree for the Great Axe that do any sort of healing will have a 20% healing output. That 20% healing output then also applies everything to your life staff. I would suggest the 200 just because of the duration. It helps you a little bit more in expeditions, but maybe you want your loadout when you're out in the world to just be pure strength and you want to get up to 100, 150 strength. Be my guest. If you feel like you want to do that, that's great. I like sitting around the 200 focus mark because I do get some conversion with the gem that's in my axe that we'll talk about, and it allows me to heal most effectively, at least in my opinion. My constitution, I think, is a little high. I could probably decrease that a little bit. I'm at 134, but I think the best thing to do is at least get 100. Increasing your max health by 10% of your physical armor is a huge increase because we're in medium armor. It's a lot of extra health that we'll be seeing, and it's super important for out in the world, especially that PvP environment, as well as late game PvE for some of those expeditions. The mobs really start to hurt. Regardless, whatever you do, a lot of what's going to be changing up is because of your gear. So 50 strength, bare minimum, 150 focus, bare minimum, and then 100 constitution, bare minimum. At the end of the day, it's up to you. Feel out what you think is best for you. Do you want to do more damage? Strength. More healing? Focus. Want to be more tanky? Go constitution. All right, let's get into gearing a little bit. So you'll see right now I'm in a medium loadout. I'm at 21.7 out of 50. The max we can go is 23.0, so I'm not the most properly optimized, but you can see I have a bunch of random gear in my bags that could get me to there. I'm just looking to increase my gear score right now and using whatever I can to get a decent stat distribution to make sure I'm still strong, but to also increase my watermark so that I can get more gear. Right now I have a heavy helmet, medium chest, medium gloves, medium pants, and heavy boots. This isn't the most proper distribution of gear. The goal is to get heavy helmet, heavy chest, medium gloves, light pants, and medium boots. But again, it's all going to come down to what gear are you getting, what do you have on you, what stats do you need, how have you contributed your stats to your attribute sheet. It's totally up to you and what's going on there. So play it by ear, play it by your gear, and see what happens. As far as life staffs go, what I would recommend when you're farming a life staff, before we get into this, use your faction vendor if you're really struggling to find one early. I'm building up tokens so that I can do that because I blew mine on something stupid early. I have a 500 gear score one. It has 24 focus, a gem slot, and blessed, 25% healing bonus. The main thing when you're getting a life staff, regardless of gear score level, it needs to have blessed on it. You get so much value out of blessed, even though it's a lower gear score, that it's just not worth to take some things that are quite a bit higher just because it's disproportionate to the amount it can heal. Focus on blessed. The 2 life staffs at level 49 and 60 from your faction vendors will give you that. There's also the 580 life staff that you can get after hitting level 15 with any weapon. It opens up an epic weapon quest line. The 580 life staff that you get is not that great trait-wise, but it might still be better than a 500 gear score with blessed because it is 580 based on its damage value and how we correlate that to healing. Same thing for the axe. Axe is great. What I would suggest is get an axe that fills out the stat priority that you need. Right now I am currently working on getting the 580 quest for the axe, which I can publish a video on that if anybody needs help figuring that out. I think I might just do it anyway. Big thing with the axe, put an amber gem in. We'll talk about gems in a second here. That's where you get a ton of damage. My biggest thing when it comes to gearing, have more gear than you'll think you'll need. I have 2 other helmets in here. I have another 2 chest pieces, more gloves. I have 3 pairs of pants. I'm trying to get as much gear as possible so that I can set up for anything that comes. Like if I get a way higher set of gloves, maybe I got to change out something else so that I can get it to balance out so I can keep my gear score high, but still get these good stats. So don't be afraid to keep a bunch of gear in your pockets. It is okay. As a healer, you're going to be switching your loadout a lot. Don't be afraid. Now, if you want to flex to be an expedition style healer, keep an ice gauntlet on you. Try to get con and focus in here. Try to get just focus in here. When we're healing expeditions, depending on how geared your group is and how much healing you need to put in, you may need to run pure focus, no strength setup to get the most healing possible. But that's all you'll really need to do to heal expeditions. It should just be a gear swap, put on the ice gauntlet. It doesn't matter as much to get an amber gem in there. Ideally, we'd want an amber gem so we could put down some AoE, help out the team. But having that ice gauntlet to keep yourself alive, to regen mana on your ice block, it can make or break some of your runs. It honestly can. When your tank dies, somehow you can tank a lot through that ice block and keep healing yourself while you're doing it. So focus on that. As far as foods go, if you're having some bubbles that you're struggling to get when you're about to do something like an expedition, say you're maybe a little bit of focus down or out in the world, you want to have some extra focus. A lot of these attribute foods are really easy to make, like increase your focus by 10 for 25 minutes and it'll give you that next bubble. It'll help a lot. Or if you just want to get more healing out or get more damage out, start getting a strength food, start getting a focus food, get a hybrid food of strength and focus, strength and constitution, focus constitution, whatever other bubbles you have, clean them up with attribute food. All right, getting into gems, big things that you need. Let's start off with the life staff. Put a diamond in. I keep saying this in every video I make when I'm talking about gems. I haven't put in the best gem into my life staff. I'm waiting until it's above 500. Then I'll get a good gem cut and I'll put a tier 5 diamond into my staff. The tier 5 diamond will do increased damage and outgoing healing while at full health. And lucky you, you're a healer, so you dictate whether or not you're at full health. For armor, when we're looking at armor, I have to gem these 2 pieces. I just got them. But I am putting onyxes into my gear. This is going to give me physical damage absorption. If you are wanting a hybrid of physical and magical damage absorption, and you can still get that benefit. You will see some more magic damage in PvE environments. You'll see more physical in PvP. Do what you want. Do what you feel best about. Whatever you're most confident in, do your thing. The absolute most important gem that you get when you're doing this open world loadout is to have amber gems. I only have a tier 4 in this one. So 40% of my damage is converted to nature, and that damage is going to scale off our focus. Luckily, we have a decent focus value. It should be around 200, and we'll get some scaling off of that. It's going to make us more versatile, meaning we're more super effective to some mobs, whereas when we use an axe, we might not always be. Gives us that chance of getting nature damage. I know when you fight corrupted, you'll get double buffed, right? Because you'll get the swing of the axe as well as the nature buff, and they're both super effective. Gives you more diversity. It also increases your damage a lot because you're putting so many points into focus. Amber gem is a key. That is really the main thing that drives this kind of build. Not only are we putting in strength, but we're also getting so much more damage value out of our focus gem. Hey everyone, I did indeed get my 580 axe, the Reformation. Here it is. I will make a video on how to get this just because there's not a lot of info on how to get it. I'm critting for over like 2k now. I'm hitting significantly harder. And here are my attributes after putting that on. 100 strength, 200 focus, 120 con. I'm a fiend out there, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so I think it's just best that we close out the video with some clips of PvE and PvP from the Great Axe Lifestaff build. When it comes to PvE, make sure you're utilizing your cooldowns and knowing what your passives are. Make sure you get those 3 light attacks in to take advantage of any enemies that are blocking, and really wombo combo those gravity wells and reaps together to get so much AoE damage. You can see from this clip, I'm still able to effectively heal multiple elite mobs over the level of 60 in a 2-man group while also putting out damage at the same time. It's great. It's a great open world build. Would I specifically use it in a dungeon that is really tough content that I'm struggling to heal? No, I wouldn't. But when you're running around open world, this is great for PvE and PvP. In PvP, make sure you're using your cooldowns to keep your enemies close. You're utilizing them to the best of their capabilities. You are using them on cooldown, and also making sure that you're using them in a situational way. Make sure that you use it as people are about to run away. Pull them back in. Annihilate them with your Great Axe, and if you ever get low, heal yourself with Light's Embrace, but make sure that you're actively healing yourself through things like Sacred Ground of Beacon. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the length of this video. It's long, there's a lot of content, it's a real deep dive on everything, and I know I probably missed something. So if there's anything you have questions about, please just leave it in the comments, and I will get back to you, and I will make sure to... It's that time again, folks. Lamani here, and I'm bringing you another one of my favorite deep dives. This time, it's going to be a little bit more special to me. Today, we'll be focusing on my main role for New World, healing. Just to preface this, I was never a healer in the past. New World is actually the first game I started healing in, but I absolutely love it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the build deep dive for the primary and secondary weapons. I'll cover the attributes, gearing, consumables, all that jazz. But after that, I want to get into the actual how-to of healing in New World. I want to provide the tips and tricks, answer some of the FAQs that I'm getting, go over healing settings, cooldown management, everything I know of how I actually play the healer role while in an expedition or PvE style content, so that anyone who is new can get an idea of how they should approach the support role. But I'm also hoping that if any veteran players give this video a view, I can shed a little bit of light on some factors of healing that they were never actually aware of. A lot of these things that I'm going to talk about are things I've talked about in the past. For example, I give you healing staff deep dives pretty often, but things have changed, and I think that the information is valuable to reiterate, but also make sure that I'm keeping you up to date with everything I have learned. I've changed a few things in the builds, gotten some new information with my mega brain, and I want to make sure that I'm setting all of you up for success when following your own builds and making your own decisions. So, welcome to my high tier healing guide, the basic fundamentals of how to heal in New World. Let's get started, friends. All right, folks, so here we are in the mastery calculator like normal. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through my regular build, kind of how I would set it up to do PvE and expeditions and that style of content. I'll give you what I think is my personal favorite, my personal best, and it won't necessarily be level focused. All right, let's dig into it. So, Absolved. Light staff, light and heavy attacks no longer take mana. This is by far the absolute most necessary point you have to put in. We go through mana like a fiend. Sure, consumables and everything can manage that, but this just helps so much more. Next point I'd put in, Blissful Touch. I'm going to talk about this in one of my tips, but it's important just to be always clicking as much as you can and getting out as much healing as you can. Light attacks now heal the target for 20% of weapon damage. That's really big and can be amplified through something like a consumable such as a honing stone. We'll talk about that later as well. So Blissful Touch, really, really nice. Next point, Mending Touch. Mending Touch is going to synergize really well with Intensify once we get to that point. But Mending Touch, Life Staff, Heavy Attacks now remove 1 debuff when passing through an ally. This is something you can kind of just somewhat passively, inactively do, right? You heavy attack to get Intensify stacks, and sometimes you just happen to get a debuff off. It's really, really nice in the PvE setting. You can take off burns, you can take off bleeds, you can take off poisons, you can take off slows. Pretty much any debuff you see another player have, hit him with a heavy attack and it's gone. All right, the biggest key ability right here, Sacred Ground. Sacred Ground is so strong, creating an area on the ground that lasts 15 seconds and heals for 20% weapon damage every second. It's going to be influenced by modifiers. It is a chunky heal. Now, is it a little tough to make sure people always get in your Sacred Ground? Yes. Is it frustrating and one of the most difficult things when you're healing? Yes. People don't like to stand still. People don't like to stack. People just don't stand in it. But when they do, it's insane how much healing you can put out. As we go into this, stamina and mana regeneration increased by 100%. So that's big if you were to put it on yourself. That mana regen's pretty nice. Stamina regen's even nicer for the tank when they're blocking. Will it give them a ton of stand back? No, not between blocks, but it's sometimes going to make or break things. The real most incredible thing with Sacred Ground is Blessed. 50% increase healing from all healing sources. This is going to snapshot your hot, so it's going to snapshot your heal over time, meaning that your next beacon is going to get 50% increase healing from all sources. And that's something we're going to talk about later, is snapshotting as well. Snapshotting is super important when you're a healer. So then all there is really left is to get passives on this side of the tree. So we'll go into Desperate Speed. When you heal an ally less than 50% health, ability cooldowns are reduced by 10%. Can be triggered every 5 seconds, but 5 seconds is a pretty short cooldown to get 10% off of all your cooldowns. For things like Beacon and Sacred Ground, that's a little bit bigger. It's really nice. You'll have all kinds of cooldown stacking, like between this next mastery point, Revitalize, every light hit attack we're doing reduces all cooldowns by 5%. And then on top of that, we are going to get the perk on our life staff that reduces cooldown. So when we're heavy attacking and then light attacking even more so now, we get a flat like 2.5% per se. And then add that 5% when you're light attacking. Every light attack you're going to be doing is going to be reducing your cooldowns by like 7.5%. There's times where I just barely overlap 2 ticks of Sacred Ground down. Like it is that close. As one's going down, one's coming up. You can really get your cooldowns moving pretty fast here, depending on how much you can get it reduced, depending on what people's health are. So Desperate Speed plays a great role there. Next point, talked about this earlier, Intensify. It is so easy to weave a heavy attack in between your light attacks to maintain 30% increased healing. So you get a 10% increase for 10 seconds, which is a long time, and it's a max of 3 stacks. So what you would do is while you're left clicking, I would open up a pull with as many heavy attacks I could get in before my tank needed heals. Typically you can get 3 and then get a Sacred Ground down or a Beacon down or whatever you want. I'd probably go Sacred Ground, then Beacon, or just manage your cooldowns well and use 1. But 3 heavy attacks, not hard to do. 30% more healing on everything. This is going to be your Sacred Ground, Beacon, Lights of Brace, Orb, Divine, everything. I know I just listed all the abilities. Left clicks too. So on Blissful Touches, also get impacted by Intensify stacks. Great thing to keep in mind. Some people have argued with me in the comments, maybe not necessarily argued, but brought the point. You know, it's a little tough to get the heavy attack in. It really isn't. Especially when you get those 3 stacks off the bat, weaving in 1 heavy attack every 10 seconds is so easy to do to maintain that much healing. You'd be kind of throwing if you didn't take it. And plus, what else is there really of value if we didn't go Intensify? Because our next point is going to go into Sacred Protection. But Enchanted Justice, I know Enchanted Justice is just garbage. It's garbage. I'll acknowledge that. Again, in my war videos, I've taken it. Maybe I'd reconsider, but I think it's got some value in a war setting a little bit, but it needs some rework. And then we don't take Divine Embrace and we don't take Splash of Light in our build. So there isn't really anything else that is of value to get us to the 10 points. Divine Blessing, very, very, very strong. Take that ability. This is all we need in the healing side of the tree. Now I will go back once I've gone through my build and talk about some other options that we could take. So Protector side, Bend Light. This is just broken. Bend light is so strong. How hard is it to hit a dodge? Whether you're in light, medium, or heavy, it is so easy to dodge cancel it, and then get your heals out for 5 seconds. That's a pretty long time too. A 20% healing effectiveness increase on all of your abilities is absolutely insane. Take that. If you don't take it, I don't know what you're doing. And we're not going to take Orb in this setting because Orb is just not on pace for what kind of content comes in the end game. Orb does not heal enough. It's great. I like it for wars and really healing big groups, but Orb just falls so short. And I know Orb is something that we have talked about in comments as well, and I've had great discussion with people. The heal itself is only 10% of your weapon damage. Sure, with modifiers, it can go up a little bit, but it's so lackluster. And then people will argue, okay, what about the heal over time on it? 7.5% weapon damage every second for 10. So you're telling me I'm going to heal him for 75% of my total weapon damage over a 10-second period? Just not worth. Yeah, you'll get the healing effectiveness, but there's so many better options between healing over time. We get it on Beacon and we get it on Sacred Ground. Orb just falls so short comparatively. It's just not worth it. It's not on par for endgame. I'm an OOP advocate in wars, not in PvE, folks. All right, my next point, Beacon. Beacon's so strong. We're going to take the 2 points to Beacon. I'll talk about those. So somebody had mentioned in the comments, there's a Beacon bug. You know, they touch it. I have the haste buff on there, and they still have it even when they run out of it. Beacon is supposed to function that way. So in general, Beacon's going to do some weapon damage, try to get some heal damage out of it. But then it's also going to give you 20% weapon damage healing over a 10-second duration. That 10-second duration is going to be enhanced by this Radiance's Blessing, lasts 5% longer. And we're also
How's it going, New World? Sephir here, and I have a lot of people asking me about my tank build, about what is good to use in terms of tanking, and I wanted to break that down here today and show you exactly the ideal that I am aiming for and what I am trying to get in terms of tanking and what I feel is best in the game and how you should build a proper tank in PvE combat. So we're talking about PvE specifically. This is not about PvP, as that talent tree will look much differently. So first we're going to go ahead and start by taking a look at the attributes on the character stat sheet, right? And if you can take a look at my strength and con balance, it seems a little odd, right? Why do I have this weird balance? I'm not hitting certain breakpoints. There are foods in the game that give you statistics, and there is a specific one that gives you 40 to Constitution, so I'm using this food to boost up my stat points to a certain threshold, and we'll talk about which of those thresholds that you do want and kind of go over those classifications here. So as that will give me 40 Constitution, when I use this food, I will be at the 200 marker, which will increase my armor by 20%. There is a 250 marker, which gives you a 80% damage reduction for one attack when you're at full HP, but it is also on a 1 minute cooldown, so this makes it very low value, as the odds of this occurring at the right time is probably not very high, and on top of that, it only occurs once a minute, which is just abysmal in my opinion. And then we have the final talent for Constitution, which gives you a 20% duration on stun, slow, and root spells. Now, melee weapons do not really have root, with the exception of the hatchet, which does have a root if you hit them directly in the back with the leap attack if you talent for it. Melee does have a few slows, and it has some stuns, but the thing about stun is that as soon as you hit the monster, they are unstunned anyways, so 20% stun duration really does nothing for you. It's not a true stun, it's just like it's like a sleep in other games. So we don't care about these two last bubble points here, this 250 and this 300. This is kind of irrelevant. The only thing that we care about is hitting 200 so that we get 20% increase to armor, which would hit us a 20% increase to both physical and elemental armor, thus increasing our survivability. Now, there are two things to talk about when you look at an end-game tank, and that is going to be the amount of aggro or threat he can generate, which comes from the damage that you deal, and also the amount of times you can use your abilities that have taunt on them. So ideally, you want to use your abilities constantly that have taunt on them, because the way taunt works is it bumps you up to the highest threat a little bit above the highest threat when you use taunt, right? So taunting before an enemy is engaged does not do anything for you other than that initial threat grab. If nobody else has done anything, it's going to be a little bit more complex than that. They will stick on you for a small duration, but taunting after some things have happened is generally better. Now, if we take a look at the thresholds for strength, we can see that we're going to do more damage when enemies are slowed or rooted. We are going to do more stamina damage. We are going to regenerate more stamina when performing attacks, which is also important. And then the final talent, we are going to get our light and heavy attacks having grit on them, which means we can't be interrupted, which is also going to be very important for DPS. The total stat breakdown, when you get to the end game, each of these armor pieces is going to give 25. Every weapon that you have will give a sum total of 30 stats, and that is just going to come from whatever that breakdown is. So if you have a sword, the maximum it can give is 15 stats. The shield can also give a maximum of 15 stats, adding to a 30 sum total. And then a two-handed weapon like this axe is 26, or the spear is 28, it can get all the way up to 30. So that's going to be 60 from the two weapons that we have equipped, and then this is going to be 125 over here on the side, so we are up to 185 stats. Each jewelry piece can be 25 total if it is a 600 gear score, so we'll be working up towards that because not everyone has 600 gear score right now, but that's the number we need to keep in mind and adjust as we get there. So with an additional 75 there, that should put us at 260 stat points that are available to us, and then the 40 that is coming from the food. So that should be 300. So the developers have actually designed this very well. So we have this 300 in mind. We also have 190 points that we can assign ourselves just from leveling up at level 60. And in addition to that, we get 5 points in every category guaranteed. So if you are focusing on 2 categories, you get those bonus 5 points here, and in Constitution, that means 10, plus the 190 you can choose, which will give you a total of 200, plus the 300 that we can get from gear and food. So as you can see, it works out very nicely to be 300 in one stat and 200 in another stat. So I believe that for tanking, you want to aim towards 300 strength and 200 constitution, because this will give you enough health to survive every hit and give you the highest armor increase while making sure that you do enough damage and threat to keep aggro on the monsters, but more importantly, speed up the run and make it faster. So that's going to be your statistics breakdown. This is very important. You want to aim towards 300 strength and aim towards 200 con. I would say make sure you have 200 con so you're as tanky as possible, and then worry about strength after that. For me, I dumped all of my points into strength. My con is coming from my gear, and then also a little bit from my stat food of choice, which would be the 40 con rabbit stew, which would bump me up there as well. So if you choose for your gear to give you con, like all these void bent pieces that I crafted, that's 125 con. And then I have the stat food coming in, that's 165. So I don't need much more constitution to bump me up to that 200 threshold, aside from maybe a jewelry piece or so that would get me into that range. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to work with what you got, so you're not going to have this perfect stat distribution. You just need to hit 200 con and dump the rest into strength so that you deal damage. So now let's go ahead and talk about weapons, and I went ahead and reset my weapons because I want to show you what the best build is PvE wise, and I've done the math on this. I feel and tested it in practicality, and I feel I got a good balance of what is going to be the highest damage and also give you the highest mitigation. So we're going to start with the left side tree for Swordmaster, and we're going to pick up this first talent called Empowered Stab, which is very important. Every time you do a heavy attack, you're going to get 30% bonus damage for 5 seconds, which is quite a significant boost. So your general way to start off combat would be to use a heavy attack and then do a light chain and end with a heavy attack at the end of that to just keep that going constantly. So light attack, heavy attack, and that will keep your empower going constantly. You don't have to fully charge your heavy attack. You can do a short version charge like this, like 1, 2, and then whoop, a little quick stab, or you can hold it for full damage, but it takes quite a while, as you can see the difference there. Usually I just do a quick stab at the start and then a 1, 2 followed up by a little stab, and that will allow you to get the maximum damage value. Do keep in mind that those attacks between heavy and light are different damage types on the sword, so there may be a situation where you want to use slashing rather than the thrusting from the heavy, but just keep that in mind. So that's going to be our first talent. Our second talent is going to be crit chance on the sword by 10%. This is a very good talent, as not a lot of abilities give you crit chance, and this is a free 10%. This is kind of a no-brainer. The first skill that we're going to be using is reverse stab, and I know it sounds weird. You look at it and it's just like, hey, it just does some damage. But if you go to the second talent, you get grit, which makes you unstoppable. So that means you can use this mechanic to dodge boss mechanics. So if they're taking a big swing that's going to push you back, use reverse stab. You will take the damage, but you will not go anywhere. You're going to be stuck where you are, so you can avoid a lot of mechanics with this. And then the final, the other bubble that we got to get down to the bottom talent for reverse stab is going to be opportunist, which just increases your damage if a monster is slowed, which is probably going to happen with some other talents that we will show you here later on. So we're going to go ahead and take this one, and the only reason we take it is because we need to get down to this last tier, and we have to select a talent from this row, and we don't want these other ones. So the final one that we're going to take is Tactician, and this is where the build starts to shine. When you hit with reverse stab, all your sword cooldowns are reduced by 25%. That is going to include anything from the defensive tree and anything from the offensive sword master tree, including reverse stab itself. The biggest caveat here is when you hit more than one opponent with reverse stab, you actually get more cooldown. So if I hit 4 opponents, my skills are automatically refreshed. So think about that for a moment. If I hit 4 mobs, I can instantly use all my skills again. And this is the nutty part of this build. It just makes it to where you can constantly spam Defiant Stance and have uptime very high. You can spam your other abilities, and we'll go ahead and talk about those right now. So once we have this side locked into place, we can go ahead and commit these points because we know that these are the best options for us over here. That's going to allow us to get the most on this right side. So let's go ahead and go over to the defender side. The first passives that we're going to want to pick up is definitely Sturdy Shield. It gives you 15% physical armor. That's just going to make you tankier. You always want this Elemental Resistance, as you will just flat out negate 10% of all magic damage. It's a fantastic ability. The other passives are going to be Sturdy Grip, which is going to lower the amount of stamina damage you take when you're blocking, which is very important for boss encounters, but also for tanking multiple mobs. The defensive training, which is going to give you Fortify whenever you block any attack, so you can treat this as 10% reduced damage permanently, so this is going to be a very strong ability here. Then we also want High Grip, which is going to do the same thing as Sturdy Grip, but for ranged damage attacks. There are some monsters in the game that like to drain a lot of stamina with their ranged attacks, so this is a great thing to have as well. Now we are going to get into some of our skills of choice, and our skill of choice is going to be Shield Rush for a few reasons. At first glance, it looks like this does not do a lot. It just slightly knocks people back, and you're right, it does very bad damage because this damage is based off your shield, and let's face it, shields do not hit very hard. But then we get into the talents. This one is going to lower the damage of anybody hit by 10% for 4 seconds, which is not a long time, but it is something. And with reverse stab coming in, we will be getting this back constantly, so we will be lowering their damage a lot more often than this 4-second timer. Then we are going to make sure that we go in over here and get defensive or defiant stance because this is a staple for tanks. This is going to be our first taunt with a taunt gem compatible. This will activate a taunt and AoE taunt for everyone around you for 6 seconds, but it also reduces the damage you take by 30% for 8 seconds. So it's going to be your big bread and butter skill. The trade-off is that it has a high cooldown, but the synergy between reverse stab is going to be huge because I can use defiant stance, and if I reverse stab and hit 4 targets, I can immediately use defiant stance again if I want to. I might want to wait for the duration to run out. We're going to grab all the talents because if you use defiant stance above 50%, you're going to get another 20% reduction, which is a 50% total damage reduction, which is massive. And then we're going to take this restoration, which heals us for a portion of our health when the defiant stance ends. It's very nice for dealing with mobs, also 1v1 situations, and also boss monsters. So coming back into the Shield Rush tree, we're going to dump our final talent here in the Intimidating Rush, which is just going to slow monsters around us when we hit them for 30% for 4 seconds. And the reason why we want this is to get the damage bonus from Opportunist, and there also is a damage bonus in the Strength tree that will increase our damage done to slowed, rooted, and stunned monsters. So you're going to get a double damage bonus here, so this is more of an offensive skill, but also provides some utility with the slow. Our final talent in the tree is going to be Defensive Formation. What this does is when you block, you will place an aura around yourself and all allies that will reduce 30% of all damage being taken. So even if you take damage while you're blocking, you're still going to reduce that amount by 30%, and it's great to help your melee that are trying to damage the boss. The final passive is going to be Recuperation, which just simply increases all healing and regeneration on you by 10%. This works with health potions, it works with Defiant Stance's heal, and it also just works with your healer healing you in general. So the final tree is going to look like this. Some good contenders for these, some of the spots that you may want to consider specifically would be this talent, which is going to remove a debuff on you when you heavy attack. It's definitely quite nice, but there's just no room for it damage-wise and statistic-wise, so we have to skip out on it. The only other talent that may be worth considering in the long term would be this blocking gives you a damage boost, but in my opinion, when you have to block this many times, that damage boost is not lasting that long, and it seems a little bit useless versus single targets, as you might take one attack every so often, and you're not getting that much of a damage bonus here. So this is going to be our best value, and this is going to be what the shield defensive thing looks like. And if you can see here, I can't actually see it, but you can see the debuff pop up for me, that little, or the buff icon down at the bottom of my screen where it has the shield up. That means that I am taking 30% reduced damage, and anybody who sets in this circle will also be taking 30% reduced damage. So that is going to be the best build there, and we'll kind of show you what that looks like in action here at the end of the video, but we need to dive into the second weapon that you need to use with the sword and shield, and that is going to be the Warhammer. And I know a lot of people like to talk about Hatchet, a lot of people like to talk about Great Axe, but it is definitely the Warhammer, and I think that a few reasons for that will be very apparent once we kind of go into things. So we'll get into the Warhammer here in just 1 second. There was one final note I want to make on Shield Rush, and the reason why we take this one over a lot of other things is because there is a shield perk that says right here on my shield, when you hit somebody with Shield Rush, you gain Fortify, increasing your damage absorption by 16% for 4 seconds. So what that will do is basically you will be able to have a high uptime on more damage mitigation, and it just makes you incredibly tanky. So you're hardly going to take any damage, and you're going to deal a lot of damage at the same time. So that's the reasoning behind these 3 talents. So I'm going to go ahead and put these in the order that is best suited for me, and I will put that there, and we have the sword tree completed now. So let's move on to Warhammer, and now we will take a look at a lot of the talents in Warhammer. So Warhammer's job is to deal big AoE damage on monster groups. This is for the boss, but it also softens up the targets. So you can have a debuff called Rend, which is going to be right here. Armor Breaker grants the target Rend, reducing damage absorption by 15%. This means that they take 15% more damage constantly. So that makes Armor Breaker our first go-to in the left side tree, as it is a very powerful move. It does a decent amount of damage because it also penetrates armor on top of that. So it's going to do 35% armor penetration and then a flat 140% weapon amount. This will give it grit, which means that you can't be interrupted while doing it. And the final talent here, or the second to final talent, is going to be Lasting Trauma, which gives it the armor reduction ability. So that means that your entire party, your whole team, will be doing 15% more damage. And this has relatively 100% uptime, as it is 11.4 second cooldown, and this debuff lasts 10 seconds. So if you're hitting it, you will have this up permanently. The final talent is not good, as it only does damage when a target is full health, and that will only happen once, if any, at all. So we will leave that one as is for now. The second talent we're going to be looking at is called the Mighty Gavel. This talent does a lot of damage, as you can see, 160% here, but as we go to rank it up, it's going to do more damage to people that are low. It is going to do more stamina damage, and then it will also give you haste when you use the Mighty Gavel attack, and the final talent, Justice for All, when we put enough points in here, will let it attack again a second time, and it's going to do 200% weapon damage this time instead of 160. So it's going to be like you got a full charge heavy attack with bonus damage in AoE range. So this move will hit very, very, very hard. Now we're going to take a look at some passives that we need to get in order to get up to Justice for All. The first thing on our list is going to be Hammer Time. Very catchy name, as it will give you 20% damage boost for 4 seconds when you use a heavy attack. So this is very similar to the sword skill, where you have to use a heavy attack. So what I do is I start with a small heavy, we'll call it a small heavy when it's not fully charged up, and then I will use a regular auto attack after that. The hammer comes in a 2-piece combo, so you attack and then you do another attack. It's very simplistic in its nature, so I would just use a regular attack and then a heavy attack, and then continue doing my damage from there. So this is going to give us a 20% damage boost. It is quite nice. The next talent that you are going to want to look for is called Power Through Pain. It is a very important talent. If you take damage while attacking, you are going to deal 35% more damage, which is absolutely insane. There's so much DPS being added here that it's actually just crazy the amount of value you're going to get from that. So that's definitely something that you need to take. The next move that you may want is going to be Quick Recovery, as it will be giving you a 7% reduction on your hammer abilities, and you will be using a heavy attack in combination with a light attack when you use this Hammer Time debuff, or buff, power-up buff here. So this is going to be another important one. And that will give us to our final talent, which is Justice for All, giving us the second hit on the Mighty Gavel ability, making it a very strong powerhouse in terms of damage. So we're going to go ahead and commit these points, as this is the framework for this side of the tree. There are a few things like damage resistance, a little bit of extra damage when the target's below a certain threshold, armor penetration for standard attacks only, which is definitely not bad, but we'll come back to that here in a moment, as we need to get these two into place. The next tree is going to be getting us towards the Shockwave ability, which is going to start with your choice here. I would say this one's good. It gives you damage absorption if there's a lot of monsters around you. So generally when you have the hammer out, you're AoEing. This one's a pretty good one. The next one is going to reduce stamina damage when you block attacks, but we're probably going to be blocking attacks with our shield more than anything. So we'll go ahead and pass on that one. So we're going to go with Outnumbered just as a placeholder. It's not the most ideal, but it is something. The next one we're going to go with is Shockwave, which is our second taunt ability. This will allow us to do an AoE stun to everyone around us. It is quite nice, as it does taunt everyone around you, but it also has some extra talents here. When we hit somebody with that stun from Shockwave, we'll be reducing their damage by another 10%. And then finally, we can increase the radius of the Shockwave, which does help, as 3 meters is not that far. 4 will help you get a bit of extra splash, but this one is debatable because it is player skill. So if you can comfortably calculate that 3-meter range, then you realistically don't need this meteoric crater, and you could probably find value in some other place. So that's just depends on what you want to do with that. The next talent that we're going to be looking at for very important is going to be acceleration, which all of your Warhammer cooldowns are reduced by 7% when you hit somebody with a light attack that has an active debuff, which is going to go into another side of the tree that we're going to take a look at here for a second. But this is very important, as you will be doing light attacks because they do the most damage in the shortest amount of time, and there is going to be some sort of a weapon attack combination that you're going to use. So we'll lock this in for now, and I'll show you that. But basically, you're going to start off with a heavy, then use a light, and then another light, and then end that with a heavy, which I just messed up there, so let's try that again. Heavy, double light, and then you're going to go light, and then follow it up with a heavy to end. And that should be that 4-second window, which will give you the most DPS total, proccing your hammer time talent, and also allowing you to get a lot of light attacks in to reduce that cooldown even further. So as you can see, we have 3 points left, maybe 4 if you want to not take Meteoric Crater, so the picking is getting slim at this point. You definitely need Concussive Impact, as this will give you 15% bonus damage against anybody inflicted by a Warhammer debuff, so this is going to be very important to have. We're going to go ahead and nab that one, and from this point onward, there's not many other abilities in this tree that's going to give you any value. This one is a good ability, but it only works on purple skills over here, Crowd Crusher skills, and since we only have one, it's not going to get that much value. So we're going to go ahead and look at the other tree, and this is going to be what activates our passives, right? So this says that all Warhammer abilities apply exhaust, slowing the target's stamina regeneration by 15% for 5 seconds. Now, this is not the best debuff, but it is a debuff, and it's how we're going to get some sort of a slow or a something on someone that's going to stop them from getting this attack. So having this little extra in here is nice. We will talk about Shockwave and how it actually does do a debuff here in a second. And remember that the Armor Break debuff is going to count towards this active debuff list. So you will be able to proc that. But this is a nice one to have. You can also go with the standard attack armor penetration, which just increases your standard attacks, like your heavy and light attacks. So this is probably going to be your best fundamental build. You can get away with not using exhaustive attacks, and like I said, the Meteoric Crater, and you could opt for some things like when they're below 30% health, your heavy attack does more damage, but it's going to be very situational. And then you could also opt for this Hardened Steel that gives you a little bit of damage reduction when you're using a heavy attack. It's definitely not bad, but from my experience, during a boss encounter, you're only going to be using the debuffs, and then you're going to be using your Sword and Shield. And for AoE attacks, you're probably not spamming this hammer thing too much. So I would probably go with this right here, as it will give you the most bang for your buck and allow you to do quite a lot of damage, as well as having good utility and ensuring that those debuffs are up constantly. And stamina regeneration is something that is more for players rather than monsters, but just having that extra debuff comfortability there is going to go a long way. So we're going to commit these points, and that will give us the ideal build here, which will do a lot of DPS. The other talents we haven't made too much use for, as we'll go ahead and head out here and start checking out how some of these abilities look versus some of the monsters. So I'll go ahead and fast forward to that. We're going to just walk into this high-level camp zone and see if we can get a few enemies on us to kind of demonstrate this build here. We're going to go ahead and aggro up this guy and a couple of these guys if they want to fight us. These guys don't look very alert. Okay, here we go. I got 1, 2, here is 3, and we need to grab a 4th guy, so hopefully one of these will come here. All right, perfect. So now we have 4 guys. As you can see, we can block a lot of their attacks, no problem. Let's go ahead and taunt them all with the Defiant Stance and hit them with the Shield Rush, putting the debuff on all of them. And here we will use Reverse Stab, and we just hit everybody, and as you can see, my defensive stance is back up. I can now use Defiant Stance again, hit them with the Shield Bash, and try to hit as many as I can, but there I only hit 1, so there is some skill into this. You need to make sure they're all aligned so you can hit all of them, as you will not get majority of your cooldowns back if you do not hit multiple opponents with that. So here we're going to go ahead and take a look at the set for this. So the basic attacks is going to be start off with a heavy 1, 2, and then maybe you could block, and then we'll hit them with the Shield Rush, and then the reverse stab to refund our cooldowns, and there's our Defiant Stance back, and our shield rush is coming back again in 1 to 2 seconds. It is now back up again. We'll hit them and just start off with a heavy attack and then use a quick 1-2 and kind of go from there. So this will make you very, very, very tanky. And now we can go into a bit of a demonstration for the Warhammer. The Warhammer is quite simple. You will start off with the Shockwave, and then you will charge up a heavy attack, and since they're all stunned, and then power through with this mighty gavel damage. There you can see a 3500, and that is, these guys are resistant against strike damage, the Warhammer damage, so they are going to be very tanky versus that. They're taking 30% less, I believe, which is going to be a good indicator of how much DPS you can actually hit for. And keep in mind, this is not at 300 strength, and I also do not have the con, as I didn't use the food here, but if I used the food, I would be, you know, I'd probably be at like 1300, 1200 or 1300 health, as well as getting that 20% armor. So that's just giving you a good demonstration of what happens if you don't have the most perfect gear. You're still incredibly tanky. So I can deal with a lot of these mobs very easily. But the general idea is just Shockwave into Armor Breaker and kind of go from there. There is a side note that I have here on the Warhammer, and that is going to be that Shockwave will also lower their armor with the talent. You can get a Warhammer or an armor piece that has a Sundering Shockwave effect, which will apply that damage reduction, that rend, at 18%, as you can see there, and it scales up to, I think, about 20%. So in total, you're going to get about 35% damage reduction, or armor reduction, onto your opponent, which is going to make them take quite a lot more damage. All right. I hope this demonstration helps your understanding of how to tank, and it gives you a good idea on what to shoot for attributes as well as weapon mastery. I will swear by this build. It does a lot of damage. This is probably the best PvE build I have found. It gives you the biggest numbers, as well as providing that double rend for your team with both the Shockwave talent from the perks and the weapons at upwards towards 20% in the max. So that's going to be 20% increased damage on the mob, plus the talent for Armor Breaker, which is another 15. So you're going to be causing the monsters to deal 35% to take 35% more damage, and this is going to make you very tanky as well as let you do a ton of damage. So you're kind of like a triple threat, as you can do all things. You can CC, you can deal damage, and you have the HP to reduce the damage and the the armor and the mitigation. So once again, in combination, you're basically just going to aim for that perfect 300-200 stat distribution, 300 in strength, 200 in constitution, and you're going to have to use your food buffs as well as 600 gear score to get up there. If you're not up there already, which is, same case with me, I'm not up there, I'm just going to be aiming towards it. Just make sure you have this 200 con first, and then put the rest of your points in strength. You will increase your damage along the way, and if you get up towards that 300, you'll start to see the added bonus of that grid attack being added to your light and heavy attacks, which will help you a lot with damage output, especially in PvE dungeons. So this is going to be my guide for the strength-based weapons for tanking. I think that this is the best combination. I use it personally. I pretty much run every single dungeon with it, and I would keep an eye out for those two talents if you can, the Shield Rush Fortify and the Shockwave Rend, as they are the ones that are worth using. I hope this helps everyone.
Yo, what is up guys? Famous Streamer here. Today I'm going to be unveiling the ancient alien tech for tanking. If you're a DPS, you can still be tanking, like many of these people. First of all, before you become a pumper, I'm going to have to start off with an explanation how a threat works. This is based on personal discovery and calculations, because Big Basis won't tell us. You don't need to taunt anything to generate threat. All you have to do is swing your sword 1 or 2 times and block, based on the type of mob that you're fighting. Weirdly, this doesn't work on greens, even though they behave like an elite pack of lemmings, but let's not get sidetracked. So while blocking does generate threat, it doesn't generate threat on its own. So you have to hit block or hit block. And if you're underneath the giant bear, you're gonna have to stab because apparently your arms are not long enough to reach him. The way that the taunt ability works is it serves as a 6-second debuff, which forces the aggro on you. So pretty much it's an oh shit button or a button to AoE aggro things. However, maintaining the aggro has to do more so with how much damage you're putting out and how much you're blocking, rather than how many abilities you're using. Nobody actually knows how taunt works, so moving on. Holding right click the entire time pulls out your shield faster than clicking it. It actually doesn't, but you can't mess it up, so it technically does. I don't know, it's kind of weird. If you're holding it, it's not gonna hurt. Number 13, the Burger King foot lettuce. For your gear, you're gonna be running all heavy, tower shield, sword, and a hammer, or a great axe. For open world PvP, I prefer to take off the sword and shield and just play great axe hammer, since people don't actually hit you if you have a shield on. And please, take off that ugly looking helmet and let the hair run through the wind. There's actually a variety of different statted gear that you can find with different armor and elemental ratings, so you're gonna look at that and take into consideration how much strength and con they give, obviously what perks there are on them, and I think the most important one is the tower shield, because there are shields that are tower shields, but they're barely stat-wise passing as a tower shield, if that makes sense. Just make sure you're on the lookout for more so high roll items. At level 60, you're obviously going to be doing a quest for Twilight's Fall and Rook's Defense, so that's going to solve a lot of those issues. For those that don't know, it's the 580 sword and the 580 shield. For attributes, I go 300 con and the rest goes into strength. This way you can get the 300 con bonus for stun duration. I wouldn't worry about it being exactly at 300 strength, because chances are you're probably going to be eating con food. So out of the things that I recommend, stuffed calamari is a very good one. It's very simple to craft given you have the recipe, or you can always just mooch it off somebody. Sword and shield spec, I like to go Swordmaster, because once you get to late game pumper levels of DPS, the 10% makes a huge difference. Not to mention that it doesn't have range. Much as I love the defensive stance, it kind of sucks because it's only 2 meters. Chances are you're not going to be next to melee DPS, and also it doesn't apply on yourself. So the only thing in Defender's Tree that are really good are the passives. However, if you sacrifice a little bit of points in stun duration, threat generation, and the health regen, because chances are you're going to be running around with a healer, you can kind of make it work. And the only thing that I wish I could grab from the Defender's Tree is the stamina damage reduction on range attacks, but I can live without it. For Warhammer specs, I like to go Big Daddy Slam Crowd Crusher spec. And even though this doesn't do a whole lot of damage, it's actually pretty good for wars and PvE content. You can lock somebody down.
What's up guys, it's your boy Damone, and welcome back to another New World video. And today we're going to be talking about the Void Gauntlet, which I'm really excited for because I feel like it's going to dramatically change the meta. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what the Void Gauntlet is a new weapon guaranteed coming to New World. Now, initially the Void Gauntlet came out as a data mine on Reddit. Shouts out to Golden Soul for the one for posting the data mine about 2 months ago. But then recently in one of the gaming conventions, Scott Lane, the director of the New World team, was interviewed and he showed concept art for the Void Gauntlet and said that it would be coming shortly after launch.
Players have already been asking for more supernatural elements and more weapons, so we got a pretty cool way to combine those into a deliverable that they'll see shortly after launch.
And in a recent video from a New World content team on the other side of the globe, there was a screenshot leak that showed that the Void Gauntlet was a primary intelligence stat and a secondary focus stat. So for my life staff users out there, you guys definitely have options now. Instead of just using life staff and try to figure out your second weapon, you can absolutely roll with the Void Gauntlet. But what I wanted to talk about today is the possibilities that are going to open up, and if the abilities that were data mined for the Void Gauntlet are true, things are going to get a little crazy. Now, keep in mind that these abilities that we're going to talk about today definitely are subject to change. We'll talk about the overall concept and the goal that I think that they're trying to achieve with this weapon, and what I think will happen as a result. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive on in. For what we currently know about the Void Gauntlet, there are going to be 2 trees. One is going to be Annihilation, and the other one potentially being Decay. When I first looked at these for my WoW players, I got kind of a Shadow Priest vibe, maybe even an Affliction Warlock. And for my peeps that didn't play WoW, just kind of think of it as a Necromancer without summons, or kind of like a Shadow Mage. Now, the first ability that we're going to talk about here is going to be Void Blade. So, Void Blade summons a blade of void energy that converts your basic attacks to melee. Tap basic attack to perform a quick slash that deals a percentage of weapon damage, or hold to perform a thrust attack that deals a percentage of weapon damage. Both attacks inflict disintegrate on successful hits, dealing a percentage of weapon damage per second and reducing damage absorption by a certain percent for a certain duration. Now, when we look at the mods, you gain Fortify on start, so as soon as you pull the blade out, you get a Fortify effect. Penetrating Blade gives you critical damage on Void Blade attacks. And Draining Blade, successful heavy attacks heal self for a percentage of damage per disintegrate stack on target. Now, let's take a little bit of a second to talk about this, right? So, you're basically talking about a mage, right? Primary stat is intelligence, secondary stat is focus. So, let's say you didn't opt to go for focus at all and you built a primary int stat. I think what this does is potentially could open up some mage tank builds. Now, let me explain to you what I mean by that. Because of the fact that if these abilities are true and you gain the Fortify stack on start, this is going to allow you to create situations where you're a lot more tanky, especially if you're mixing with a Constitution build. Not to mention that if they set this up to where you can slot this weapon with a Carnelian gem and generate threat, let's say when you pull out your Void Blade, right? That's something that they could easily do. Now all of a sudden you have mage tanks, which create a very interesting situation. Not to mention that if they're introducing a new harmful effect, which we're learning about here, which is called Disintegrate. Disintegrate is basically going to lower your armor, creating a situation where you can receive more damage. Now, the reason why I think that this is relevant, and it's pretty probable that this will be a thing however they tweak it or modify it before launch. But if you look at how many people are going to be running around wearing heavy armor at launch, it's highly probable that this is something that they want to take into effect. So not just on the Void Blade talent alone, but on other talents that are in the build that could definitely affect the way that the game is played. Now, when we talk about the Draining Blade mod, just being able to heal yourself, again, this is going to create a self-sustaining tank, so I couldn't see why this wouldn't be exciting as a potential tank weapon. If you're going to run, let's say, Sword and Board and Void Gauntlet, it could be pretty crazy. And depending on where and if they put a Carnelian gem slot, for those guys who don't know what a Carnelian gem does, it's basically when you put this gem on a weapon, it adds a taunt to your abilities so you can actually like tank. It's really cool, and if they do implement this with the Void Blade, I think things could be pretty fun. So the next ability in the Annihilation tree could potentially be Punishing Chamber, which is an active ability. What happens is you summon a circle of void energy at your feet, dealing a percentage of weapon damage per second to enemies, and grants empower to friendlies, increasing damage by a certain percent. And there's also a radius, but we don't know how big the radius is. And this circle seems to last for 8 seconds. The mods for this are your Void Gauntlet mana costs are reduced. And speaking of mana costs, I'm wondering every time you swing the Void Blade if it costs mana or not. And Invigorating Chamber, which gives stamina per second for self and friendlies while inside the chamber. I'm just going to say this right up front. Punishing Chamber sounds a little bit OP. In terms of like Siege War or group PvP, especially if you're looking at lots of Void Gauntlets stacking on top of each other, and or let's say, with the tank idea, if you're a tank and you're running this and you're dropping this circle, and let's say somebody with the two-hand axe is dropping the little gravity well, right? Whatever that thing is called, you know what I'm talking about, the orb. And then you have heals with heal circles that they're dropping from the back line. I think this could be a little bit crazy, right? So again, like as we get into these, I definitely think that some of these abilities will get tuned, but it still sounds pretty insane. But in terms of overall utility, though, I think this could be really strong, especially in a situation if you're planning on doing AoE farming, right? So let's say, for instance, you grab 8 enemies or 10 enemies, you drop the Void Circle, then you pop Void Blade, you lightsaber noises, and since you're healing yourself off the blade and your mana costs are reduced while you're in the circle, it could definitely make for some efficient farming, especially if the life drain percentage on the Void Blade is really, really strong. What this will also create is a self-sustaining system, because let's say you decided to go with life drain on some jewelry or health regain on kill, or if there are some weapon mods for this that happen to give you a certain percentage of health back for using some of these abilities, it could basically make you a farming machine. Because not to mention, the Void Gauntlet is a ranged weapon, before you activate the Void Blade, and then it becomes a sword. So you can use the Void Gauntlet to pull all the targets, and then when they get there, pop the blade and then finish them off, right? So pull targets, drop circle for damage over time, and then use blade to finish them off and heal yourself. Now, when we get into the last skill of the Annihilation set, this skill is called Petrifying Scream. So it unleashes a void infused scream, dealing a percentage of weapon damage and inflicting root to enemies 4 meters in front of you, disabling their movement for a certain amount of seconds. Now, with the mods, Extended Scream, you get a root duration increase for targets below X amount of health. Bolstering Scream, which you gain 4 to 5 for each enemy hit, decreasing damage absorption by a certain percentage per hit. So, this weapon is insane, dude. I just can't, dude. We haven't even gotten into the passives yet before we, before we get to the rest of the tree, before we get to the second tree. But if you're talking about a root, I'd imagine that your root is probably going to be short, right? Especially if you're talking about a mod that's going to extend it. I wouldn't imagine that it would be maximum. It would be 4 seconds with the extension. But I feel like maybe it's like a 1 second root and maybe goes to 2 seconds. But I don't imagine that they can go too far. But what this does create for the Void Gauntlet is a situation where you can get out if things go wrong. Especially in a PvP situation for my guys out there that are going to be, let's say, pairing the Void Gauntlet with Fire Staff. Oh my god, which would be so ridiculously OP with all the AoE plus self-heal. Crazy, right? Because then you could basically just root and then, dash out. Boom, and you're gone. So that definitely creates some situations there. And then if you're talking about, another Fortify on top, and this is why this is kind of leading me to think that if they do rock with these abilities, you probably will be able to put a Carnelian Gem for the taunt for my tanks out there for more funner, for more enjoyable tanking. But let's get into the passives now. So passives on the first tree, Annihilation, drain strength. You get +% damage while below a certain percentage of mana. So it seems like if they roll with this, they want you to be pretty aggressive. Recovering focus, crit chance while all abilities are on cooldown. So it seems like you're going to want to run a rotation. So like pull targets, root them, drop the void circle or whatever to deal damage over time, then finish them with the blade, right? Because then everything's on cooldown. You have increased crit. Increased crit means increased damage, which means increased healing. Refreshing luck, cooldown reduction on all abilities on critical hit. Ridiculous. Okay, we don't even need to go into detail there. Deadly proximity, gain in power when casting abilities within a certain distance of an enemy, increasing damage by X for a certain amount of seconds. Invigorating harvest. Harvest additionally restores a percentage of stamina per second. And revitalizing luck. On critical hit, gain health equal to percentage of the damage done. Okay. Refreshing weakness. Percentage cooldown reduction on all abilities when successfully hitting enemies afflicted by a certain amount of debuff stacks can be from different debuffs. So if you're stacking Disintegrate, then you get more cooldown reduction, which will refresh your abilities. Okay, and if that wasn't enough, last but not least is Void Aura for the Annihilation tree, which is the ultimate. It says on a successful ability hit, gain a stack of Void Essence. At 6 stacks, consume all stacks and gain a aura on self that heals friendlies for percentage weapon damage and deals % weapon damage per second to enemies within. At first glance on paper, this weapon, just this first tree, sounds absolutely ridiculous. Almost to the point where if this was overtuned, like I feel like with heavy armor plus this weapon, they'd almost be unkillable. However, it also strikes me as a weapon that if they don't change any of this information in the first tree, that it will have very, very long cooldowns. Meaning that, like, if you guys think about the Great Axe, for example, Great Axe cooldowns are crazy long, right? Because a lot of the techniques for Great Axe are so impactful. I think they could take a similar approach here, but I definitely think that a lot of these abilities will be tuned, or the percentages on like the health regen and stuff will be low enough that you'll actually have to work. Does that make sense? Because if we're just going off of paper here, we can imagine any facts or figures in here and just imagine the most unkillable thing. But fortunately, New World is not afraid to balance weapons. So I definitely think that this is a rough form of the weapon. And looking at just the first part of these abilities, it sounds ridiculously strong, but it does sound like it would be a ton of fun. Some combinations that come to mind with just the first tree, if you guys are going to be thinking about Annihilation, I'm thinking Void Gauntlet Annihilation with Fire Staff, Void Gauntlet with Ice Gauntlet, Void Gauntlet with Life Staff, obviously. But I think that pretty much any type of weapon with CC here, like Void Gauntlet Spear, could be pretty crazy, especially when you're talking about roots, extended roots, damage over time within a specific area. Because let's say, you know, you pull a target, right? Or somebody runs upon you, you drop your circle, you know, get your 6 stacks, so now you're, you know, dealing even more damage, you know, because you got this aura going. You know, they're rooted for a certain amount of time. You know, you flash over, pop your spear, boom boom, you know, re-CC, stun, switch back, you know, go to the blade, pew 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 pew, right? Like, and then you're killing them. I think that could be a lot of fun. So even looking at things like Void Gauntlet Warhammer, Void Gauntlet Spear, Void Gauntlet Hatchet could be crazy for the entry and exit. And for my skill play players out there, Void Gauntlet and Rapier could actually be pretty nutty too. And if you're looking at maximizing AoE or damage over time, or stacking harmful effects, I think a bow could be pretty crazy here as well. Or if you're doing like, you know, like trying to just spam roots, pairing with the musket could be pretty nuts with traps as well. So I'm curious to see how this could play out. I think one of the most ridiculous ones will definitely be Void Gauntlet Fire Staff for sure. But looking at this, especially if they do add a tank mod to the Annihilation tree, could really make this a lot of fun for tanks instead of just using Sword and Board and Hammer or, you know, whatever, right? So I'm pretty excited to see how that's going to pan out. But let's go ahead and get into the second tree. So the second tree is Decay. First skill is Decaying Orb. Fire an unblockable orb that passes through enemies and inflicts disintegrate, dealing weapon % damage per second and reducing damage absorption for a certain percentage for a certain amount of time. At max range, it transforms into a healing orb and returns healing friendlies for percentage of weapon damage per second for a certain amount of time. Now for the mods, for the ability, you get mana return per enemy hit. Slowing orb slows enemies already inflicted by any debuff, reducing their movement speed by a certain percentage for a certain amount of time. And then last but not least, Detonating Orb. Press the ability again to detonate the orb with a certain distance explosion radius. And depending on the orb's phase, the explosion will either damage enemies for a percentage of weapon damage and apply a stack of Disintegrate, or heal friendlies for a percentage of damage. So I think this up front sounds really, really cool. Reason being because it's a lot of skill play here and timing. Like, this means that you're going to have to spend a lot of time with this class to really understand what A, your max range on your Void Orb is. B, it's situational, meaning that you'll have to know, like, okay, am I in a siege situation? My front line is going crazy. We can send the orb out, deal some damage. Okay, boom, it's switched to healing. Now we have to proc it because let's say we're not getting enough heals off and things are getting crazy. I think just looking at this first ability brings a lot of forward utility to the Void Gauntlet, which could be a lot of fun for healers, especially healers that are interested in dealing damage and healing at the same time. Now the next active ability is Draining Tether. It fires a projectile that tethers you to an enemy, weakening it and empowering you by a certain percentage per second, and the tether ends if the target moves beyond 10 meters. Refreshing Tether is the first mod. Successful hits against a tethered target reduce other Void Gauntlet cooldowns. Crazy. Invigorating Tether, which gives you mana regeneration while the tether is active. And Reaping Tether, which regains percentage of weapon damage as health if the tethered target dies. Now, the big thing with Draining Tether, I think, which is pretty cool, is if you wanted to mix and match abilities with the Annihilation tree in this one, I think this could be something that you could sub in. But I feel like outside of 1v1, this is going to be a very, very, very useful team play ability. Because let's say, for instance, you know that, let's say a target is called in Discord, like, hey, focus the tank, focus the healer, focus whatever. And you know that this is going to heal you essentially. You could tether that enemy, right? Stay within the range, you know, apply your abilities, do whatever you need to do, kind of use yourself as bait, because, you know, you're potentially the healer and or DPS, and then let your teammates kill them and you just get a full heal to pop. Like, that's pretty crazy. Or in situations where, like, if you're in a 1v1 situation and you know you're getting ready to kill and somebody else is getting ready to jump you, like, this could be, depending on how strong this is, a heal to full or a heal to half or something that repositions you to extend the fight, which could be really good as well. And the last ability for the Decay tree is Essence Rupture, which fires a projectile that inflicts Essence Rupture for 0 seconds, for a certain amount of seconds, healing anyone that hits the target. Jesus Christ. For a percentage of the damage done. Okay. Invigorating Rupture is a mod. Players additionally receive stamina when hitting the afflicted target. Revitalizing Rupture are friendlies within a certain distance of the afflicted target are healed for a percentage of your weapon damage when Essence Rupture ends. Now, I just had to laugh there because that's... I don't even... This is just ridiculous. I don't even know. Like, at this point, like, the abilities and mods that you could chain together with this, like, especially, you know, at level 20 is pretty insane. Again, assuming that these skills don't change, but I definitely think that they'll be modified. There's no way that they're gonna let this fly like this. No way. Absolutely no way. But as we get into the passives, we got Refreshing Range. You got a cooldown reduction on successful light attacks against targets more than a certain distance away. Kind of similar to that Frost Gauntlet ability. You got Extra Thirsty. Oh, thirsty ass. With the passive, or percentage of mana when successfully hitting targets with light attacks while all abilities are on cooldown. So that's to stabilize. Now, this Extra Thirsty passive actually kind of makes me curious, though, because if you need a passive like this, that means that your abilities are probably going to be a little expensive, and again, high cooldown. Now, the next passive is Efficient Consumption, where mana costs are reduced by a certain percentage while above a certain percentage of mana. Refreshing Harvest, where cooldowns are reduced by a percentage per second while performing Harvest. Every Last Drop, successful heavy attacks against enemies below a certain percentage of health restore an additional percentage of the damage done as health. Topped Off, successful heavy attacks increase the duration of your applied non-crowd control debuffs by a certain percentage, so basically disintegrate. And Evasive Refresh, dodging with full mana resets the lowest active cooldown. That there's no way. There's no way. No way that stays. But anyway, Void Conversion, Ultimate, gain a stack of Void Essence per successful ability hit at a certain amount of stacks. Your next successful heavy attack will reset all Void Gauntlet cooldowns and remove all stacks. Alright, so I'm just going to tell you right now that there's no way that they leave that the way that is. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. But the biggest thing here, though, when we look at this from a structure standpoint, is you're playing here more like a mage that can heal, not necessarily a healer. As we look more at these cooldowns, more at these mods, you're still kind of thinking about positioning and play. Again, assuming best case scenario, right? Well, I don't even know if they'd be best case. It'd be kind of worst case, because I think that if they left this the way that this is, it sounds ridiculously OP. But it seems that you would have really long cooldowns, like I mentioned before, so you'd have to really time your abilities and play with your abilities, and you have to kind of understand your kit so you can maximize how much you're healing and or dealing damage. Because it seems like, you know, with intelligence as a primary stat for the weapon, your primary focus is dealing damage with the chance of healing, because the more damage you deal, more weapon damage, more stuff like that, the more healing you're going to do. But I'm curious to see as well how, since the secondary is focused, what the scaling is going to be. Are they going to go with like a 0.9? You know, are they going with the 1.0? Is it going to be like a 0.7? And how is that going to affect you? If you're still going full focus, like, you know, full focus con build, or just all focus with like light armor, are you still going to be able to get a decent amount of damage while still maximizing your heals? And the reason why I say this is ridiculously OP is not just because of what the abilities themselves do, but what weapons you can pair this with and still experience full control like this. And this is what I'm saying. So if you're going to full focus build, for example, and you're still getting 0.9 on the scaling, right? and you could still swap over to the life staff and heal your lights out, then it's going to create a situation again where you have people that are literally unkillable. I don't think that this initial data mine with the abilities will stay the way that it is currently, but I do think that looking at how the format of these skills are going to be definitely lets us know like how they're positioning. So my overall thoughts on the Void Gauntlet is I think that from, you know, a level 60 perspective, from someone who's played a lot of PvP, I think they want to create a solution essentially for people that just everybody wearing heavy armor and running around, and it seems like they want Void Gauntlet to be the answer to that, or one of the answers to that. There are more weapons that are coming out, you know, halberd, blunderbuss, greatsword, you know, all that stuff, so we're gonna have to see how those play into the meta as well. But this one seems like they wanted to give tanks options, and of course mages and healers options. I still think that this is definitely an option more so for the life staff users to get in and still be able to deal damage and heal. But for my casters, my pure mages out there, I think you guys, if this stays the same, you guys are gonna have a field day with this, because if, oh my god, like what even is the answer to this? I don't even know. I'm assuming that the weapons that are coming out after this will probably be the answer to this, unless they implement like some heal block abilities or stuff like that outside of the throw on the hatchet. But we got to see how this is going to play out. I wanted to share these abilities and this information with you guys so you guys can kind of see this and start really thinking about and start wrapping your head around this. I personally will most likely, when the Void Gauntlet comes out, if I can rock a tank build, will go Annihilation with sword and board, and this will most likely be my secondary until Claymore comes out. Yes, or daggers, but we'll see. If you guys got any questions, comments, concerns, definitely let me know in the comment box below. Let me know what you think about the Void Gauntlet and these current abilities, and if you guys think that they will stay the same or they'll be tweaked, let me know that as well. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. As always, it's your boy Damone, and we will see you guys in the next video. Peace.